I think okay, fine. Fine. You guys got me on this one. I do not hate chat. I do not okay. I feel mildly extorted for that, but alright, fair enough.
Yay.
Gosh dang it. Oh my goodness! Yo! Is that Soup?
Soup_monarchy just subscribed for 17 months.
Okay, I'm filling in the late bingo. I'm filling in the late bingo. You guys win this time. Soup, thank you so much for the sub, buddy. I appreciate it. Welcome in, welcome in. How are you doing? I'm gonna put your face on the sub board. Thank you so much for the sub. I appreciate it. The bottom up approach is the best one. And I will be explaining why I was late today. I was in fact late today. You guys win this time. There you are, Soup. And all of your Eldritch Soupy glory. Okay, you guys won that one on bingo. You guys won that one on bingo. I will give you that one. Yo, Brand! Oh my god, another one. Another one. Let's go. Brand, thank you so much for the sub. Let's go. 30
just
months.
Subscribed for 30 months. Yo, 30 months, that's crazy.
30 months is so long. That's crazy, dude. Holy heck. I do not hate chat. God fucking damn it. Okay, yeah, you know, Trank, let's get these out of the way. Let's go ahead and get these away. I'm not a masochist and I'm not a leprechaun. Thank you. Congratulations on your bingo. What was the other one? Oh, that's it. There we go. Okay. Congratulations, Bongo. Brand, thank you so much. I'm gonna go ahead and put your face on the subboard. I haven't even done my introduction yet. I'm gonna do my introduction. I'm gonna tell you guys why I'm late. I'm gonna talk about a whole bunch of fun stuff today. Holy hell, you guys are starting off on a rampage. This is crazy. There you go, Brand. Thank you so much, buddy. I really appreciate the heck out of you. You're awesome. I have not pinged Discord yet. I just got here. Where's my bongo card? Well, you can click on it. It should be on screen. If you're on mobile, then it's where the, what's it called? Excuse me. If you're on mobile, then it's next to the leaderboard for gifted subs and stuff like that. There's a little square icon. And you can click on that and you can open bongo. But if you're on PC, then it should be on screen. If it's not on screen for you, I would refresh. Chaotic right out of the gate? Yeah, no, it kind of be like that sometimes. Oh, now you say it. Oh, no, not 5 minutes removed from the subathon timer. However, it's gonna be okay, chat. It's gonna be okay because today is Damon and Paragon's time getting added, which is really, really important. Now, if you guys were wondering, what's the pickles? How's it going? Welcome in. Okay. There it is. Oh, I think I should kill my lights. Thanks, Nebula. How does this bingo thing work? So you open up a bingo card. You can spend 200 in biddies. You can spend 200 biddies to get a new bingo card, so you can have 2 of them at once. And basically, as different events that happen on stream, which may happen all the time, as they happen, we will mark off the various numbers on the bingo card, such as me saying that I don't hate chat, because I don't, and saying that I'm not a masochist, because I'm not, or me being late, for instance. All of those are bingo items. They're on your bingo card, then they get automatically checked off by me or a moderator, which I'm going to rely on moderators pretty heavily to do this. It's going to be really hard for me to pay attention to this. This is me putting this out right now. There's going to be a lot of times where I'm not going to be able to keep track of it because I'm in the middle of doing something or I'm in the middle of the stream or whatever. So I'm going to heavily rely on moderators for this. But when that happens, you guys have a chance of getting a bingo, and there's a leaderboard for how many bingos people have gotten. The first bingo ever was from Hale. So congratulations, Hale, on getting the first ever bingo. Okay, I'm going to dance again now.
Get dancing, dancing boy.
I'm gonna Nebula's gonna single-handedly make the dance redeem have a higher cooldown. That was a joke. I keep thinking that I'm killing a light, but I don't see it. Was that Gamba? Gambling? Yes. Gambling was redeemed. And oh my dear God, that's a shot of hot sauce. Somebody did roll a 20. Okay.
So we're keeping the dice I see.
Gifted one
Oh my
subscriptions
goodness.
to the community.
Thank you so much. Let's go. Soup, thanks so much for the gifted sub. That is also a bingo. That is also a bingo placement. This is amazing. You guys are awesome. I love this. Okay, thank you so much for the gifted sub. Congratulations, Dinavis. Dinavis? I hope I got that right. Jesus. Oh. Okay, I'm gonna go do that shot of hot sauce now. Oh, it's a chair stream. Okay.
THX.
You got me shaking, yeah, I feel the fever coming on. Boy, you know you're all I want. Keep saying that I hate it, but it's kind of fun. Watching me come undone. No more games. Can't we just say its name instead of
Got a well-timed phone call in the middle of all of that. Okay. Oh, I see that my chat window's broken. I've been wondering about this. Oh, no. Oh, goodness. Oh, Jesus. Thanks for the hot sauce. Really appreciate that. I was really looking for some. Yeah, that's good. Get hit by a distraction. I had to have something on my mind to be distracted. You gotta try harder than that. I also need to fix this. This is extremely broken. Ugh. God, the hot sauce is so tasty. At least it's Taco Bell hot sauce. That's the important part here. Oh my goodness. Hey, what's up, Soup? How's it going? Thank you so much for the 2 biddies. I appreciate you. Heart source. I don't think hot sauce is a thing on the bingo right now. So unfortunately, I don't think that there's anything on the bingo for that. Sag days today, chat. Man, I have a whole bunch of stuff to tell you guys. I have a whole bunch of stuff I need to talk about. God knows if I'll ever remember what it is. So first of all, it is a Daemon and Paragons. So we're gonna have to be doing those hours. If you are a Daemon or Paragon, I need to know if you want to bank it. You have to let me know now if you would like to bank it. Now is that time. I can retroactively fix it if you would like. I can pull the hours off and put them on if you guys would like. So if any of you are Damon or Paragon and you would like to bank some of the time added to the timer, just let me know. I'll give you guys a few days. Bank me? Okay. Rix is getting banked. I need a notepad document here. Piper! Oh my goodness. You guys are making it so hard to...
ZAMN. Soup W.
Soup
Soup is
underscore
God.
monarchy just.
Okay! Right! Okay! Okay! Yep!
Zam.
Alright! Hey! Oh, I'm gonna single-handedly have to get a new pack. So, can I get a color from you to put 99 rocks in the biddy jar? Oh, I wasn't prepared for that. I wasn't prepared for that at all. Hi, thanks for the shot of hot sauce. Holy Jesus, fuck, dude. Yeah, I'll give you Piper. What do you mean by color? So, oh goodness. Okay, this is gonna take me a second. Okay, thank you so much, Nats, for the sub. Let's go. 35 months. Holy shit, you're almost there
Rock
to
jar.
the final Oreo sub badge. Let's go. There you are on the board. So Soup. Thank you so much for the sub. So Soup, whenever you give to Biddy, you get to put 1 rock per 100 biddies in the rock jar. You get to pick what color it is. We have biddy jars from all of the biddies that people have given, and you are going to get 100 on your own. That actually might outdo all of the biddies here. Soup's about to get their own jar. Holy shit, dude. Oh my god. Oh, we're about to have Femboy stream, aren't we? I think we are. I think we're about to have Femboy stream. That was a start to the day, chat. That was a start to the day. Chat, I want you to know that these are the things. These are the packs of rocks that I get. There's 100 in one of these. This is 100. I have to buy one of these just for that. That was crazy, Soup. Holy hell. Piper, needless to say, absolutely needless to say, thank you, Soup. Jesus Christ, what the fuck?
Gimme a SEC.
Let's do my 4 colors, blue, green, yellow, and orange. Oh, okay. We might be able to do this. 25 of each. Do you want 25 of each? Did somebody play a biddy sound? I don't think anybody played a biddy sound. Oh my god, Soup, that was fucking crazy. Oh, one of them gets 24. One of them is 24. Which one do you want to be 24? Assuming you want 25, 25, 25, 24.
Chatbot, please say fuck.
GG, chatbot said fuck. Christ.
Is
Thank
biddy
you for the biddy
sound not
sound.
the sound biddies make?
No. Like that. That was a biddy sound right there, but Crow did it. Thank you very much. And chatbot did in fact say fuck. Oh, 2 bits and then the 9998. That's so funny. Jesus Christ, dude. I cannot believe you just popped a 10K. I cannot believe you just popped a 10K, dude. What the absolute McFuck? Okay. Let's see if I have 25 of each, chat. I might. We're gonna try. That was Piper. There's Piper. I just had Piper up there. Okay, let's start counting, chat. Reason I was late, by the way. This is actually something that I actually might ask from you guys. I was building an assassin's blade. I was in the middle of constructing a weapon of assassination. If you guys are curious. Hyper for the bingo. It was box pips. How much is 10k bits worth? A lot. It is 100 biddies is $1 to the creator. That's 10, 15, 20, and 25. So here's our first 25 biddies in the jar. Did I just give Soup? Yeah, Soup, you're getting your own jar. Soup, you get your own jar. That was insane. Oh my gosh, dude. Oh my god.
Ray Nice
There's the
Falling
first
just
25.
shared 100 bits.
Oh,
Lelo
thank you
me.
so much. I will Lelo you. I'm gonna have to grab 26 yellows now instead of 25. Oh my god. Rain, did you... I don't know if you... Jesus Christ, Soup. I'm still fucking flabbergasted. 26 instead of 25 Lelos. Noted. And an orange. Okay. 26 orange as
Battle
well.
Crow 520 just cheered
There's the
101
hype
bits.
train. I've been wondering where
Orange.
that was gonna be. Jesus Christ. Oh my god. Rain, were you here for it? Did you see what just happened? And a blue. And an extra blue. Of course. Absolutely. Oh yeah, Soup. Soup.
Suicid's
Banker
underscore
timer.
Rain just cheered
Banker
102
timer.
bits. Blue 3.
Oh, I'm gonna have to keep track of so much of this. Oh my goodness, I'm gonna have to go back. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We're at 15. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is 20. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is 25. Okay, this is Soup's jar so far. Oh, you know, if I don't shake it, it won't mix. And that sounds actually really cool. I might just have enough rock for this, chat. Did someone get, like, a VIP? Yeah, just real quick. Just real quick. Just yoink that real quick. Thank you so much. That was the blue. That was the blue. Okay.
Temp.
We've done our greens and our blues so far. 5k on Femboy. Oh my god. Well, that's another Femboy stream. There's a lot happening today, chat. Today was gonna be a normal day. Today was gonna be a normal stream day. We're gonna have a normal stream. However, we're not now. Soup, would you like to bank or time that? We're gonna have so much time. Oh my god. I don't know talk anymore. Can I have a moderator do Pips 21 and 53 little guy redeem? Time it. All right. We're gonna be doing
Ori,
a little
did
bit.
anyone
little
raid
bit
in
math
today?
here. No one is rated. No. Half time, half bank. Absolutely. I got you. Oh my goodness. Thank you for the hydrates. I'm still counting out more rocks. I'm halfway through. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Got so many
15.
three-ways.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's 20. 4, 5. That's 25. And then 1 extra for Crow. And then
So should I just preemptively mark AG1, AG2 and Ori gets Utopia wrong?
not yet. We have to wait until it happens. Wait, hold on. Wait, Ori gets Utopia wrong. Wait, hold on a second. You don't need to do that one preemptively. You guys gotta earn that one. Dang it. Can I check my bank time? No, I haven't added it yet. I'm about to here in just a second. I'm still finishing my rock counting. Oh my goodness. And I still have to do I saw that Rain got theirs. I'm gonna assume that. I'm gonna add Crow's as well. And then Silas was.
Fair asterisk.
Okay. And then Yellow. Yellow's my last one. Yellow's the last one. Did someone spend 10k points already? Yes, I believe so. Well, I'm counting. You're gonna have to have moderators do it. I'm so sorry. You're gonna have to have moderators do it. I do not have the hands right now. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This jar right here is only from Soup. This is only Soup. This is biddies from
I need a Yap
Soup
and Ori drop.
alone. Oh my god. Holy hell. How is that a level 1 hype train, Twitch? Okay, whatever. Okay. Where did I put you? I put you here. And then, finally, last two rocks go to Crow and Rain. Silas, I added
Which
yours
hates
as well.
chat. Anyway,
Boom
bingo
and boom.
bongo.
Oh, did somebody bingo the bongo? Oh my dear god, dude, this is literally just a Soup jar. Soup did also request a sticker, and I will put a sticker on it. What sticker are we getting? Yes, I did put a blue. I did put a blue in for Till as well. The little owl. This is cute. Soup, this is going on your jar. This is absolutely crazy. Putting a sticker on a rounded surface is hard. Oh, I creased the shit out of it. This is just a jar from Soup. That's insane. Oh my goodness. Hi, Jelly Bean. You got Bongi. Let's go. Okay, where the hell was I? We have to add so much time. No, it's so layered and so perfect. Okay. If we fill up this jar before this one gets filled up, I don't know, this one might say to Soup. I'm not 100% sure. Oh, okay, I guess the soft speak. Oh my goodness, it's gonna be so chaotic today. Okay. Soup is half bank, half timer. We have 244 from that, and then okay. I now need to open up the Daemons and Paragons and see how much time. No shaking. Oh my goodness, dude, this is crazy. Oh my god. Okay. Now we have to check all the Daemons and Paragons. Did anybody else say timer? I mean, did anybody else say not timer specifically? Is there anybody who's not going on the timer? Oh my goodness, dude. Jeez. Is there anybody who's a Daemon or a Paragon who's banking? That's... And, oh my god.
Not banking.
Not banking, okay. Oh my god, this is gonna be so much, dude. Oh my god. Okay, I'm gonna do the banks real quick. Was that correct? I'm torn between add another 10k or waiting until Wednesday to do it. Okay. Okay, I do think that this is about half. This is about half. I am under the assumption that it takes about 200 rocks to fill up one jar. That is my interpretation right now. That's about that. Again, this is all from Soup. This is all from Soup just today. I do think that is about what it takes to fill a jar. Absolutely insane, dude. If it's 20k bits to fill a jar, I'm not gonna think about that. I don't want to think about that. That's, oh my dear God. Okay, got Rix.
Hours in my mouth.
Okay, let me do the math. What is it? It's so 3.33. So okay. Okay. Soup, it has been added to your bank. That has been added to your bank, and I'm putting every other Damon and Paragon on the timer. What's your idea Wednesday, where your chat is bots the ability whenever donates the most, charity controls it? Oh, I remember that. I remember that. That sounds really cool. That sounds really cool. Oh my God, Soup, can Soup take over already? That's fucking insane. Okay. I'm gonna need, okay, hold on. No, stop. Okay. I'm doing a lot of math right now, chat. I'm doing a lot of math. Hoping stuff to go array. Color me excited for tonight and tomorrow. Hoping Golometry gets their specialist sorted out. Can you figure out how to do the charity thing, or do you need me to look into it? I probably could. It would take me a little bit. It would take me a little bit, but I probably could.
Already?
Oh my God, dude, this is gonna be insane. And then plus chat. Watch the timer. Watch the timer. So, this is after all the Damon and Paragon time. This is after Soup's time. This is all of the time. 3, 2, 1. That's fucking crazy, dude. Holy shit. Oh my goodness. Thank you guys so much. Thank you to Damons. Thank you to Paragons. Thank you to everybody who added time to that timer. Thank you, Soup, for being absolutely fucking insane. Yeah. Thank you guys. Holy hell, dude. What the fuck? Oh my God. Okay. Just 8 streams, which is a week. Well, I mean, I think that a week and a half is a little bit. I mean, that's realistically 3 weeks, right? That's almost an entire month, because one week is not even streaming. Rounding up, at least. Oh my God, dude, that's insane. Holy hell. I'm sorry. I've been so fucking flabbergasted. I have not, like, actually given real commentary, like, this entire goddamn stream. I've just been counting rocks and then just hanging my jaw open. Oh, goodness me, dude. Holy hell. Okay, I'm back. Back from reality. Oop, there goes gravity. Mom spaghetti. Jesus Christ. Thank you. Fuck me. It's a day, dude. It's a day. Holy shit. For anyone who didn't catch it, Soup, this is Soup's biddy jar right now. This is just Soup's biddy jar because Soup gave 10,000 biddies today. And this is Soup's jar right here. This is only Soup's right now. And they asked for a sticker, so I put a sticker on it. And on top of that, we got Damon and Paragon hours today. And we have a ton of Damons and Paragons on Patreon right now. And I love you guys so much. I really appreciate you guys supporting. Oh my goodness. I mentioned telemetry. Guys, we're going to work on the AG1. Okay, there you go. Yes, I mentioned the AG1. Does that count as a lost train of thought? Yeah, no, I think the train left the station, chat. I think the train left the station a long time ago. When Soup, yep, I lost my train of thought. You're right. You get more on Wednesday? Jesus fucking Christ. Bingo was really fun. Did you win already? How many people have won today already? Dear God. I'm willing to bet too many. Oh, no. Oh, bingo is kind of silly goofy. Donut and Divide, it looks like, have won today, from what I can tell. Oh, I only need one
Hey
more.
Ori, what if secret option C we developed the AG2 instead to annoy Rix?
Funny enough, we were gonna do that today. I mean, not all of today, obviously, but we were going to. I was going to take a peek-see at it and show off some stuff. The train took a detour. Yeah. The train's like, oh, we're gonna take the long route, and then flew off the tracks and just started like metal to the dirt. Just started carving through the forest.
Give me AG2.
Like a train is supposed to. Wait, actually, eyes? Yes.
Ori,
Let's
you
do
know
the
the
AG7.
consequences for betraying me.
I don't think I do. Is there a way to check banked hours? Yes. Okay, so actually, I think so. You can do exclamation point hours, but you can do exclamation point twink bank as well, which I presume is the one that Soup's gonna like. All right, for all the love of my heart, I'm gonna find what? I'm gonna find my gun if we do AG2 with AG1 still having holes in it. Okay. This goes into a longer conversation. I'm giving peeks at the AG1. The AG2 is so far down the road. We just look at it for fun. My sword has been taken, but at least I finished. Oh, mod lost mod ship from the box. That's a bingo thing, I think. Okay, playable is a really strong term. I'm gonna be honest with you. Laud most their mod ship. I don't like how both of you said that. Gosh dang it. That doesn't change my feelings, Ori. Don't worry about it. It's just a funny little thing. Do I get it back, BB? Absolutely, BB. Oh my goodness. Okay. Okay, there's a reason to look at the AG2, and I will explain myself. I will explain myself while we're looking at it. I'll explain why I work on the AG2, because it's not for no reason. I do work on the AG2 for a reason, and I think it's a very fair reason, but you guys can decide that once we're working on the AG2. Once God take is done, the final trees are fleshed out, it's usable. Okay, well, usable doesn't mean like balanced or a good idea, regardless. If I see AG2, there will be a price to pay, Ori. Okay, well, you're gonna see AG2 today, unless you turn off the screen. You know what? Actually, Rix, if you just turn off your monitor, you won't even see it. There you go. Solutions. So the gifted sub giving me anything from earlier? Yes, that's why you're on here. Woo! You're on the board. This is you from resubbing, and this is you from the gifted sub. We fill up these pages. So I have pages that are stuck to my wall that are full of those. When this fills up, I tear it off and I stick it on my wall. You guys can't see that part of my wall, but at one point we'll come back and look at it. Or having smart thoughts. Fuck me, dude. It's really gonna be one of those days, ain't it? Chat, I have some smart thoughts.
If I see AG2 and stream gets redeemed, act as you will.
I mean,
Smop tarts.
Chat, you decide. You fuck. Oh, okay, Ori made up a word. Yes, smart tart is a word now.
CAMN.
Okay. Have I talked about everything I need to talk about? That was Damon and Paragons. I explained that we were going to peek at the AG2. Thank you everybody who has given biddies and Patreon time and everything like that. Amazing. With that, whoops. let's talk about what we're gonna do today, chat. Oh my gorshness. Jesus. So, today, what we were working on most recently, we were working on the enhanced creature construction. So basically the modular creature building, and this is probably going to be what we're working on today as well. We came up with a lot of bodies, but we only fleshed out 3 bodies. The ooze stat block is already the ooze body, I should say, has already been used. This is the base for pond. I don't know how many of you have seen the pond stat block, but you have both early and late MHB. Trank, you're gonna have to make us have 2 MHBs somehow. It's the only way to do it, and it has happened. It is possible. There's still more bodies that we haven't done. We have done a ton of kits as well, and there were some really good kits that I have been told about that I feel like would be a good idea, such as, this is a really interesting kit to introduce, but I think there should be a kit for specialist talents, and if you want to be known
switching the first sound, not vowels.
If you're the person to give this idea, you can say it. But and I will accredit you, but I don't want to give it without hearing that you want it. But for this one in specific, I should say. But regardless, there is going to be a kit potentially that says get a basic specialist talent, and then a kit that says get a skill specialist talent, and so on and so on. Early MHP so I can get a double bingo. Goodness me. So, how refreshing. So there will be kits that allow you to get specialist talents, but also we have to work on classes, which I think is going to be the big part of today, is creating some of these more descript classes for creatures. So if you guys have ever touched modular creature design, which is on the core guide, basically, these classes are a one of for each. So, like, you can give a creature up to 1 martial class. You can give a creature up to 1 arcane class, up to 1 support class. Now, these are not super diverse in the core guide because, I mean, they're kind of cut and dry, right? Like, martialists just stack vertically. So a martialist class goes from brute to martialist to militant to mighty. And these are basically 1, 2, 3, 4. Like, it's A, B, C, D. One is just stronger than the last. Arcane is a little bit more diverse, where you have Illusionist, Elemancer, Necromancer, Mystic, Spitter. Those are all innately different. Some are stronger than others, but they all kind of cover different ground. And support literally only has healer, right? So there's some diversity, but there could be a lot more. And now that we're using the AG as a basis, we can add so much. How many different martialist classes can you think of if you've seen the AG before? I mean, you have the 6 red studies, if nothing else. I mean, you could base a martialist class off of each one of those. And red's not the only form of martialism. You have 6 law studies, which are all some sense martialism. You have zealot. You have pirates. You have artificers. There's so much we can do with these martialist classes. This is going to get really beefy really fast.
Add buffers and debuffers to support.
Buffers and debuffers, I like that actually. Arcane classes, same deal. There are 6 studies of magic, so we can build classes specifically around pyromancy, around summoning, around transmutation, all that good stuff. Support classes also going super hard and insane. Hella blue. There's 6 blue studies, and blue isn't purely support, but like you said, you have buffers and debuffers. There's probably some amount you could do with green as well, but green would also fit probably into utility classes. Hey, congratulations. So utility classes, we also get the entire set of orange trees. This is where you can add kits like the ability to craft structures and the ability to craft vehicles and stuff like that, which is going to be really helpful in my opinion, because when you want to build an NPC that built their own house, it might be worth it to increase their DR just to say, yeah, they can build structures. Or thematically, you meet a real Glemetrist. You meet a Glemetrist that has a high DR. And although there's kind of a little bit of a weird contingency here, because when you add something like the ability to craft Mythic, let's say, you give them the ability to craft Mythic, that's going to increase their DR by 9 and doesn't help their combat ability at all. However, there's a lot of tests in the game that check against DR. DR should be raw capability. And as a person, as a GM, right, if I give somebody the ability to craft Mythic, I am probably going to give them Mythic items without increasing their DR, because they probably have them. If they've been able to craft Mythic up to this point, assumingly, they've made some Mythic stuff. That's my personal opinion on that. And this is all only a basis. This is really going to flesh out what creature creation is really going to be capable of. I'm going to add one thing before we get into this, which is a little bit on par, but it's a little bit off. Because I've heard people asking me for this quite a bit, which is studied Galemitrist. We're gonna fix Studied Galemitrist. Studied Galemitrist used to say that you could use the interchangeable class, which, without getting too far into the woodworks of what that means, that got removed. It basically gave you extreme granularity with a rule set that was really designed for GMs. So that ended up getting taken out. But we're gonna fix this, and we're gonna add the new effect to it that people have been. I've gotten asked this quite a few times actually. So we're gonna go ahead and pop this in right now. There you go. Studied Galemitrist will simply be the maximum DR of any creature body you could build increases by an amount equal to half of your mind score, rounded up. And I felt like this was a little bit on subject, because Galemitrist innately use these features that we are making right now. Wake up early to burn down my college. Have fun doing arson, Moonshi. I appreciate you. I feel like the GMs forget that they can add custom shit to creatures, the rules or guidelines. Yeah, no, 100%. But the more stuff that we can add, the more guidelines, quote unquote, that we can add, the better. Because guidelines are innately mechanically balanced, right? Or at least as far as our attempt, right? From a developer standpoint, these are balanced against the rest of the game. So Prodigy Galemitrist is probably the longest paragraph in the game. I'm pretty sure it is. Which makes sense, because it's probably one of the most unique abilities in the game, in my opinion. Now, that's what we're going to do today. But I promised a little bit of a showcase, so I'm going to showcase a few things from the AG2. These are all things that you can have the AG2 is available on Patreon for champion tiers, so you could actually just see the entire manuscript from it if you wanted to, but I decided I wanted to show you guys some of the fun stuff that would be popping up on here, just for funsies, what you guys would find in Among Gods. Now, let me explain myself a little bit. When it comes to the AG2, when it comes to the AG2, the reason why I work on this, and the reason why I show it, why it's even here, why it even exists, is because when it comes to, and you're going to see the talents, you're going to see the effects and the talents that are going to get showcased here, and the reason why that we're working on it is because it puts context into the world. Now, let me give you an example. These are some of the craziest specialist talents you'll probably ever see in all of Utopia. I think, let's start up here. So Inevitable is, this is not a video game. This is a tabletop RPG. Do I have a loose book? I have a loose book somewhere. I know I do. Hold on a second. Hold on, I need an open one. Okay, cool. There we go.
Nice.
So this is Utopia. This is the core guide. This is published. This was made on Kickstarter, and it had a successful Kickstarter. And now this is an actual tabletop RPG that you can play. And a lot of people here have probably played it at least a handful of times. With the big idea, the whole point of it is ultimate customization. Being anything you want, wherever you want, any setting, sci-fi, fantasy, whatever you could ever want to be. You could customize your characters feature by feature. You can customize your items, you can customize spells. Everything is customizable in this game. Now, what we're talking about, what we're working on today is the first vertical expansion, which means the first expansion that goes up in power. what I'm showing you right now is an expansion after that, which is not going to be something that we're actually going to work on in any soon time, but I want to showcase what's here to show what the vertical ceiling is meant to really look like in Utopia. And like I said, this builds out a lot of context for what the creatures of Utopia are like, how these creatures exist, you know, why did you do that? That was weird. What exists in this world?
AG1 is lateral, not vertical, Ori. Got Utopia wrong.
No, it's vertical. AG1 is vertical. It's extremely vertical. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's lateral as well, but it is an extremely vertical power ceiling. I'll explain more on that in a second, but I stand by that still. When it comes to that, a lot of videos on this channel. I try to, yes. The goal is to fill out what a godlike creature looks like, because these godlike creatures will dictate what the canon Utopia looks like. What has happened in the past. Hi, Immense. What has happened all this time? You know, what caused the planes to exist the way that they do? What caused the items to exist the way that they do? And I'm gonna give you a few examples here. So these are called the Fathomless Specialist Talents. And I'm really kind of just giving you the cream of the crop right off the bat. I mean, these are basically the ultimate Specialist Talents. These are Ultimate Specialist Talents squared. In order to access one of these, you have to have the Daemon Specialist Talent some number of times. So Daemon Specialist Talent is kind of the bread and butter of all of Among Gods. In order to take the Daemon Specialist Talent, you simply need to be total level 100. And every 100 levels, you can take the Daemon Specialist Talent again. So at level 100, you can take it once. Then level 200, you can take it again.
You should show off my special
on.
baby specialist talents.
And with that, almost the entire AG is barred off by this Specialist Talent. You basically need this Specialist Talent as a prerequisite for the game. Now, if you get the Daemon Specialist Talent, you unlock what are called the reigning talent trees. So these are the core talent trees. In fact, they fit the same mold in the number of talents that are in each tree. So if I were to show you the core guide real quick. So this is what the warfare tree looks like. Now, if you can imagine, there's 4 on the left, 4 on the right, and 5 in the middle. Well, the Cataclysm tree has the same thing. These right here are the 4 on the left. These right here are the 5 in the middle, and these are the 4 on the right. And these get really, really insane really fast. Just to explain, you guys know Sniper, right? Sniper's ability is ranged weapon attacks you make have double the amount of close range.
You still haven't responded to the question in DMS, ignoring the recent stuff.
With that in mind, Seeking is the replacement for this. So this is the first AG2 equivalent, and it says ranged attacks you make do not require a test for accuracy. Period. If you take Seeking and you make a ranged attack, you just hit every single time. No matter what the weapon is, no matter if you're throwing something, if you're using weapon, whatever. It just hits. This is the very beginning of the power ceiling. Rift Splitter says, at the beginning of your turn, you spend 10 stamina. If you do, you get an additional turn action during the turn. You may do this a number of times, equal to the number of times you've taken the Daemon Specialist Talent. So if you're level 500, and you've taken Daemon 5 times, you can Rift Splitter 5 times for 5 extra turn actions on your turn, and that's only the first one. Rift Breaker says you can do it again for SHP, and for every 10 SHP you spend, you get 2 additional turn actions. Rinse and repeat, you can do it a number of times equal to Daemon Specialist Talent. Rift Bleeding is the same thing for DHP and 3 turn actions. So you can imagine that once you've taken this tree, if you finish the center of this, at only 1 singular Daemon Specialist Talent, you can get 6 additional turn actions on your turn. Now, in order to even start this tree, you have Conqueror, which means you already have 9. So this is 15 from just this tree. However, when you take Daemon another time, you max out it now at 21 turn actions on your turn. This is a lot. Utter Unshackling says you may spend interrupt actions as if they were 2 turn actions. Period. That's it. That's all. Now, with all that in mind, we have an idea for where we're at. Inevitable is the Fathomless Specialist Talent. So you need to finish the Cataclysm tree in order to even get this. And on top of that, you need at least 2 Daemons, which you're gonna have at this point, trust me. When you make an attack up to once per turn, you may spend concentrated SHP, which we'll get into concentrated SHP in a bit. But TLDR is that you start doing percentile damage. So instead of dealing damage in amounts, you deal percentage of their life total. And this is up to 100%. Now, note, this doesn't always just kill somebody because you will likely just put them in stasis and they will still technically be half dead, half alive. They will not be annihilated by this because you can't go past 100%. However, this is absolution damage. And absolution damage is a little thing in the AG2 that says this cannot be prevented for any reason. No ability, no talent, no immunity. There's nothing you can do. It hits. If I say I target you and you're a valid target, I don't care if you run away, I don't care if you're immune, I don't care if you block, I don't care if you have defenses, it ignores everything. So you do percentage absolution damage with Inevitable. Behold is one that I think a lot of people will be interested in. Behold says, now you have to take Daemon 4 times and you have to finish Aetherworks. Aetherworks is the upgraded Magecraft tree. And you have to be at least level 400. With that, you create an arcane art. That's it. That's just how it works. You generate your own arcane art. What this ends up becoming is up to GM Fiat. GM Fiat is going to be extremely common in the AG2, but recognize now that a level 400 character is a powerful enough creature to just generate an art. They can create their own arcane art. Now, given it doesn't just make it that everybody knows it, you have to teach it to people for them to have access to it, but you can just make them. If you're level 800, you can make a greater art. Talk about that more later. This one is an interesting one. Synthesis does a similar thing. For every 100 levels, as long as you've finished the Revolution tree, which is the upgraded innovation tree, you get to create 2 item features or crafting features. Specifically, you can make 2 features for weapons, artifacts, armor, consumables, vehicles, or structures. You just create 2 of your choice. And you can do this every 100 levels. Every 100 levels, you can make 2 new crafting features. This is probably one, let's skip that one. We're gonna save the best for last. Dominion, the Dominion tree is the upgraded Prowess tree. Much like Prowess, you can go through it multiple times, and this one's probably the most interesting. Now, each one of these fathomless specialist talents, you can take multiple times, right? As long as you meet the prerequisites each time that you take it, you can keep taking them over and over again. Now, given Endless says you gain 10 talent points times the number of times you've taken this. So that means that the first time you take Endless, at minimum level 200, you just get 10 talent points. It does not modify your total level. You just get 10 talent points worth of talents, point blank. Then the second time you take it, you get 20 talent points. That does not modify your total level. This is kind of like the pinnacle of the Prowess tree, where you've been getting sub-trade points, you've been gifted, you were basically gifted in everything at this point, and now you're just getting talents for free. But that's not even the coolest one. So let's talk about Evermore. Evermore is kind of something that I've been talking about a little bit. Evermore is a little interesting tidbit. This is the blue one, and you have to be minimum level 800. This is a really hard one. This is really hard to get. You need to take 8 Daemon specialist talents, and upon taking this, you create a plane. You just generate a plane, and like we said before, this is just GM Fiat, right? It's dependent on the setting. GM Fiat is going to be very common in the AG2, but you just make a plane, and you own it. You can travel to it when you want, and you can create a permanent portal up to 1 time. So you can create 1 permanent portal structure to this plane that you created.
Coin.
This is just kind of the basis. Now, I know that Trank is talking about this one right here, Commander and the various command specialist talents, which are kind of actually a level above the Unfathomless. So these ones are actually stronger than the ones that we're talking about, but I think we're gonna wait a little bit for those. I think I'm gonna save those. I'm gonna save those for a little bit. But just the TLDR here is that you get some crazy stuff here. You get some crazy stuff in the
Kill
AG2.
yourself at the hour mark, Rix. Nobody is hecking negotiating with your blackmail.
That was probably not a good thing to say.
Gladiator, I mean.
Example, what's the upgraded Gladiator? So the AG1 doesn't have its upgrades, just the core trees. Gladiator is closest to Warfare, I would say, because Gladiator in AG1 is red, and Warfare is the red tree, so this is Cataclysm. Cataclysm is the one that would probably be the upgraded one. Terra Sunder is the first one. Terra Sunder says that melee attacks you make just cost 1 less turn action, point blank, period. Inexorable Presence, I actually mentioned this one yesterday for some reason or another. It was the what talent would you have in real life. You're in stasis as long as your DHP is at least better than 4 times its negative maximum. So you need 4x DHP to actually die. And if you're a zealot, yeah, you stay alive that entire time. Oh yeah, Earthbreaker is just melee attacks deal X times as much damage, where X is the number of times you've taken the Daemon Specialist talent plus 1. So, level 100, you've taken Daemon once, you just deal double damage. Then you take Daemon again, you just deal triple damage. Then quadruple damage. Then it just generally, all your melee attacks do that. Maelstrom has Flash Fly, which multiplies your travel scores by number of Daemon Specialist talents plus 1. So, first time you take Daemon, you take this. This is the first one, by the way. This replaces Sprint. All of your travels just multiplied. First time you take Daemon, it's doubled, then tripled, then quadrupled, so on and so on. Feather Falls, you just ignore kinetic force damage. You're immune to it. There's a lot of stuff. Oh yeah. That's right. Elude and Obstruct, basically, once you take both of these, you dodge with D20s and you block with D8s. These get kind of wild. Now, again, all of this is available on Patreon. So if you are a champion tier, you can access all of this. You can see all the stuff that I'm hiding right now, all of that crazy stuff. We've gone over quirks and things like that, and there's a ton of stuff that I'm not showing right now. But this is kind of what I wanted to show off for a bit. The optional effects for Daemon, I believe we talked about it before. I'll go over it really quickly. But basically, whenever you take Daemon, what does Daemon actually do? That's a good question. Other than just being a prerequisite, what does it do? It generally just has generic effects that you can get over and over again. You're the first, and you pick one. You pick one of these effects whenever you take Daemon. Generally one that you haven't picked before, unless it stacks with itself. Your subtraits no longer have maximum. So at level 100, you can just ignore subtrait maximums. You gain a number of additional points or a favor on tests made to use subtraits you're gifted in, equal to the number of times you get taking the Daemon Specialist talent. So this one kind of is multiplicative in of itself. You use exponents a lot in the AG2. A lot of stuff is going to square itself. A lot of stuff is going to use like times 2 to the power of something. Things ramp up really, really fast in the AG2 currently. The way that this one works, if you take it, let's say you take it twice, you'll get 4 points of favor in anything you're gifted in. If you take it a third time, you'll get 9 points of favor in anything you're gifted in. Assuming that you took it 3 times and nothing else. So you get a lot of points of favor, needless to say. And then finally, 1, 2, 3, 4 times, up to 4 times, you make tests with D8s, and then D10s, and then D12s, and then D20s. So it takes 4 separate instances of the Daemon Specialist talent to make tests with D20s. Which means instead of rolling 3d6, you roll 3d20. Every point of favor is an additional d20, so on and so on. So this is generally what Daemon does. And this is, again, the prerequisite specialist talent you're going to be using a lot of the time. That's the big one. I think that's the long and the short of it. There's a lot of stuff going on here, to say the least. Is there a talent that's just you cannot crit fail? Yes, actually, it's in the AG1. Hold on. Where are you? Study of luck. Yes. You ignore the effects of critical failures. That's a low tier, actually. Do you still crit on 6+ when you step up the dice? So, funny story. Rules is written. You actually still only crit on a 6. Nope, it's on a 6. No matter the size of the die, you crit when rolling a 6. It's not the highest. It's only a 6. Which, will probably be modified, but rules is written, that is how it is currently. Have you seen my reminder yet? Nope. What's the reminder? With that, again, the reason why I wanted to show that is to give an example of what the power scaling is of Utopia, period, right? What type of creatures exist in the world? What does it take to make the world what it is today? Understanding the historical divine representation of Utopia, I feel like really fleshes out what the AG1 should look like, in my opinion. What it means, what it's been like up to this point, and what has produced the effects that we have today. Reminder, I want to write the burp lore. Ah, no, thank you, I appreciate it. Like spec talents are also removing crit fails entirely, yeah. So, yeah. Oh, goodness me. I'm so normal, chat. I'm so normal. With that, I think okay, yeah, give me a one-word summary, Trank. Give me a one-word summary. Straight off to do some theory craft, and I return to say a certain freak show can make a DR 109 critters with the new specialist talents despite being level 97. Oh no. Checks out. Warhammer. Yeah, Warhammers. I think, yeah, that's actually a really good summary. With that, we are on to creature kits. According to the lore, I am capable of taking the Daemon Spec talent up to 21 times currently. This is my biggest fear with the AG2, is that we're just gonna get a bunch of like random gods just hanging around, even though like I'm still serving the god Time Bean. Gotcha. Even though that, like, you know, in Utopian lore, gods are rare. Not gods, but like more like on Paya, the number of god creatures or that ability, or creatures of that ability, are quite rare. But I presume that people are gonna make a lot of god characters because it's in front of you. Why wouldn't you? To a level 60 bard. Roaming in secret, dear god. No pun intended. With that, let's add our first silly little thingy now, which we haven't even touched yet. So we're finally on to creature kits. We're here. The Diet God Cabal. Chat, if we ever get into commanding, commanding is absolutely insane, and it's how you genuinely build a pantheon in the AG2. Commanding is where you actually begin to construct pantheons. I think that's about it. I don't think it...
I have commanding. On my OC, Gaku.
We can construct pantheons? Yes. Yes. Yes, you can. Trust me. Why build a religion when we can build a cult? Oh, you can build some fucking cults in the AG2, dog. You can build some cults. When do we get radiation in Utopia? Hold on a second. Now, okay, we're back. We're coming back. Funny story, chat. I'm not gonna go too far into this, but... Where are you? Nuclear damage. Nuclear damage is treated as both energy and chill.
Cancer.
Yes, there's soul cancer now. Soul cancer is different. Soul cancer is different. Trank, you have to be a little bit more secretive. These people are too smart to give that many hints. There is nuclear damage, acid damage, and plasma damage in spellcasting. There's also more damage than that. These are not their own damage types. These are combination damages. So basically what that means is that they are treated as two different damage types at the same time. No, I love you so much, Trank. Believe me, I'm equally as excited. And honestly, every single time I see it, I'm like, wait. But anyways, I'm not ignoring anybody. These are combination damages. So there are two different damage types, and these are only true for the elemental damages, at least currently. So if you mix energy and chill damage, you get nuclear damage, which has an innate effect. Specifically, nuclear damage will start stripping talents off of you temporarily, but we don't need to get into that right now.
Enlighten me.
There's currently 3 damage combinations, currently. Energy and chill don't make much sense for nuclear. It was kind of hard because we wanted to have it in there, But we were trying to find, okay, so currently heat and energy is plasma, chill and heat is acid, and chill and energy is nuclear. Now, the kind of mentality behind that was nuclear winter, which is obviously taking something a bit more literal than it was meant to be, but it's a work in progress. The entire AG2 is a work in progress, obviously. And in fact, it's not even in progress. I didn't say that. Stripping talent's very juicy. Yeah. Soul cancer isn't even a secret. It just said in Utopia General. Energy physical should be nuclear. Well, that's the problem, is that we don't have, none of them combine with physical currently. So physical doesn't combine with anything, and neither does psyche at this moment. And the spell type damages won't for at least a little bit. I'm very excited. I'm very excited, Trank. I'm willing to bet I'm as excited as you are. Do we give, I think we actually, do we give HP increases for specialized? We might actually not. Sure, let's do it. So, everything increases by 5 for SHP, DHP, and stamina, and then they gain an additional basic specialist talent. Or skill specialist talent. Let's give them one of those as well. Chill physical should be necrotic. I could see that. Where's my EMP damage? Yeah, you need the HP increase. Yeah, creatures are just kind of squishy. In fact, you know, I could actually see one that just increases HP at a non-linear amount. Like, that just gives flat HP bonuses. I could see that. At a better rate than 5 XDR, I guess what I'm trying to say here. Love cooking up evil ideas. I want to see some people react to them. No, I feel the fuck out of that. I really do feel that. Believe me. Oops. Okay. What other specialist talents are we going to have to put in here? So we have the skill. I think I'm going to skip species for right now. Do we give the option for species specialist talents? I don't think we do. I think those ones are meant to be a little bit specialized. I think fabrication and arcane are still possible. I think that they're not as cool, but they're still applicable.
At _Pasquire, think about fish then. The hot will come naturally.
Arcane specialist talent or fabrication. Then we need specialized 3, which will be, I'd assume, an ultimate specialist talent. This actually might go up. Combination. How's that written in this, actually? Because I'm pretty sure we have creature kits that do that. Oh, goodness. Total sum of SHP, DHP, and stamina increases by X. Increases.
Why is stream not working for me?
Oh,
come on.
Darn it, Chirp, what happened? As excited I am for the funny... Oh, no. I keep forgetting this doesn't scroll. The funny new golem toy, I think I'm just going to not bother updating the stat blocks for certain freak specs and wait until I get a better opportunity to be weird with telemetry. Interesting. What happened with Chirp? Oh, did Chirp pass you? 100 XP above. This is so unfortunate. You're going to get a total of 100. An additional ultimate specialist talent. So, creatures can now get ultimate specialist talents for 10 DR. I think that's about a fair amount because this is 10 DR that you're not getting any item value, you're not getting any money out of it, you're not getting any other effects. You are just spending 10 flat DR on an ultimate specialist talent. That's quite a hefty cost to pay, honestly, but they are frankly ultimate specialist talents. So, is what it is. Now, the other question though is, do we give them the other specialist talents? The other specialist talents? They can already take any of these with just basic specialist talents. We already covered that. They are not going to get species. Do we give them disciplines? I would assume so.
BTW in regards to creatures, I find when designing them I really like giving them lair/area actions and actions to cooperate with other creatures.
Yes.
I think those kind of things should exist.
Discipline, I think, will be under specialized 2. Discipline, Arcane, or Fabrication Specialist talent. We're going to add one more, I think, right in the middle here. And we'll make this, I think, 5 DR. Or, I would assume...
At Hale_the_Abyss
school
Hale,
specialist talent.
are you planning on answering my question at any point? I need that info before I can get working on the thing.
Actually, let's do this. Yeah, let's put school and discipline.
I just make stuff up on creatures all the time. People shouldn't be afraid to just do whatever.
Basic or skill, arcane or fabrication for specialized 2, 5 DR for discipline or school. Do we put this up to 6? No, I think that's fine. And 10 DR for an ultimate. I think that this allows already a lot right here. Like, you can do so much more with a creature with just this, in my opinion. I do think that we are going to add a little baby kit for literally just making their stat pool better than at a better rate.
At Oridont I think 10 DR
Chef,
for
to
an
the cost
ultimate is
specialized
kinda
reference
too
to
cheap
take.
because 10 DR for the Warfare Capstone alone feels too cheap. Action economy is king and all.
Yes, but the downside to it, okay, so whenever we're making a kit or a class or anything, what we normally give is if you were to make something that is 100 talent points worth, right, or not, sorry, 10 DR worth, then you're getting 100 silver pieces worth of item effects, or generally more depending if you're using interchangeable on something massive. You get the SHP, DHP effects. If it's a body, you get all of the base defenses and block and dodges from it. On top of a talent, and however many talent points worth of talents. So this is nixing everything but the single talent and the stat boost. That's it. Which is why I think that it should be less expensive than it probably looks on the surface. There are already kits that give you ultimate specialist talents. In fact, Mighty for 65 DR gives you a whole bunch of stuff, plus they get Champion and Conqueror. So ultimate specialist talents are not new to creatures necessarily, but I think that treating them at the respect of 20 DR for those two, I think would be fair, personally. Now, given that's 10 DR for no additional effects, you're just spending 10 DR. I still think it's too good a rate, especially with plus 100 resource attach, but it's okay because it's 65 DR. We can call it 12 for right now. Squimmed. Let's do this real quick. And we're going to increase SHP, DHP, and stamina, again, at just that slightly better rate. So for 2DR, this should increase by a total of 10. But we're going to increase it, I think, by 15. Yeah. So if you take statted, the statted kit, oh hey, congratulations on a guide to raid, let's go. Like for Parasite, I take an ultimate specialist over 1 rank of powerful any day, and it's even cheaper than powerful. Let me read powerful. Physical defense increases by 12, energy defense increases by 10, heat and shield defense each increases by 9, and psychic increases by 5, portrayal, sun, appeal, and language each increase by 1, and each other subtrait increases by 2, dodge and block each go up by 2, and it gains an additional point of favor on test resist spell effects and 60 total stats. Powerful is more expensive, for sure. But that would get you champion and conqueror. So you'd get 9 turn actions and 3 interrupt actions for this rate. It's pretty fair. Honestly, I think on a power scale, they're pretty similar, but I think Conqueror is just more useful because you only need it once, and turn action economy is turn action economy. But at the end of the day, this is a total bank of like 40 defenses, like almost 20 sub traits, 4 block and dodge, a stack of runic buffer, and 60 stats. Like, that's just a shit ton of value, right? But it's very basic value in comparison. I don't know. I'm fine with 12, personally. Also, may I be fair to say that the kits in Core Utopia are just bad for their DR. They are just bad for how much DR they offer or cost. But we'll just do it at 12. But we now have SHP, DHP, and stamina increasing at a rate of 15 per 2 DR, which is 50% better than everything else. Like, pretty much everything else in the game is actually every kit in the game is a 5 stats per DR, and this is a 15 stats per 2, which is a total of 7.5. It's a rate of 7.5 to 1 instead of 5 to 1. So this is one way that you can actually make your creatures tankier, and there's not another effect that does this right now. So add a kit to give creatures more arms and heads and shit. I think that should be a class. I think that's an innate class, because you can take each innate class once. There's kind of one that gives you more heads. It's just a little awkward. Skyborn, Seaborn, and Untouchable. Yeah, so that's not gonna work. We do actually need to... What do those quirks normally cost? Let's see. 4, then 8? Oh, that's Handsy. Whoops, multi-headed. No, yeah. No, I'm looking for Handsy. Yeah. SHP increases by 10 times X, DHP increases by 10 times X. Oh, yeah, the stats also doesn't give sub-trait points, that's right. As a kit, you get infinite arms. We can do it as a class as well. That's just why I put the X in there. It's just usually that like body features just go into innate classes generally, mostly for organization purposes. What dexterity? Fortitude increases by 1. Dexterity by 3, fortitude by 1. Oh, sorry. 3 times X. Fortitude increased by 1 times X. There has X additional pairs of hands. Has number of functional hands, number of additional functional hands equal to X doubled. may utilize X additional hand slots and X additional ring slots. I think that basically covers our ground right here. Hydra-headed is kind of the offering for additional heads. And actually, no, I don't think we have this. Nope. No. I realized where I went wrong. No, I do not think this is a good idea. Okay. So if you wanted to make a multi-handed creature, okay, hold on. There's an issue here. Anytime that we add a class or a kit, it means that Golemitris are going to have access to it, which is genuinely, it's a problem. Making an infinitely handed creature is so excessively powerful because of things like dual wielder and really awkward interactions in the game, and I don't think we hand this to Golemitris. You can already do this. You can do this in Core Utopia as it stands with interchangeable. Interchangeable is something that only GMs can use, and you can already do this. You cannot do this with Golemitry, and I think it should stay that way. Yes. There will be the option for additional hands in not the AG2. I'm not the AG1. It'll likely be in the AG2 where you can have generically an infinite number of hands for generically a ridiculous number of quirk points. But I don't think it's going to be in the AG1. I don't think that we need to have access to this. You can be maxed out at 6 for the time being. Until we get to 100-handed ones type creatures, then we can stay at the number of hands that we have. Interchangeable does do that. Creature gains a number of features from talents and quirks. You can gain features from talents and quirks. And multi-handed, or I'm sorry, handsy is a quirk that you can utilize with interchangeable. Gives you quirks. Hate that? Why do you hate that? Isn't that what you wanted? Hecatonkeries? Hecatonkeries? I know who you're talking about, but I don't remember how to pronounce it. Is it Hecatonceries? Or is it Hecatonkeries? It is Hecatonkeries. Right? I mean, Hecaton, whatever that prefix is, means 100, I'm pretty sure. 50 heads, 100 arms. Hecatonkeries. Yes. Question mark. Oh, sorry, yes. Golem makers can't give creatures more or less than 2 hands. It just doesn't compute. That's fair. No, I understand where you're coming from. This is just going to go up in DR then, I think. This just goes up in DR. And I think it's ultimately going to give them the worst rate of SHP and DHP. Yeah. I think we're going to do that. What is the rate for multi-headed? Multi-headed is 3, I think? 3x? If I remember correctly. Quirks. We're going to call it 3, and then we're going to increase it to 4. We'll increase it to 4. We'll do 3. I think heads aren't as big of a deal, realistically. Awareness increases by 2 times X. Actually, you know what? Yeah. No. Memory increased by 2 times X. Awareness increases by 1. Number of additional functional heads. As X additional functional heads. Utilize X additional head slots and X additional neck slots. Yeah. So you can have up to 3 heads and 3 hands. Or 6 hands, I guess. Oh, SHP or DHP are what you pay for in golems. That's right. Fuck. No, you're right.
Ori give them the normal health scaling.
Yeah. Sag. Yep. No, that's a good point. Well, well, well. You know, that is really interesting. We could actually increase the rate if we wanted to make it more expensive for specifically Golemitris, but I also feel like that kind of tacks on additional power. But we could just, like, add a DR and then make the rate worse. That's something to think about. I don't think we're going to do that right now, but that is something to think about.
Ori makes a Utopia mistake. Mark the bingo.
Is that a mistake? I don't know if that's a mistake. I didn't get a mechanic wrong. Let's see. I think that's a decent number of kits right now. And I think there's enough kits here to make something interesting, in my opinion. My personal next go-to is utility classes. I would really like to see more utility classes get made. That's my personal fun. I think that'll be fun, personally. Out of curiosity, should these be bolded? Yeah, they should. Oh, wait. Let's check creatures. Yeah, they're bolded. Oops, go back and do a bunch of formatting. I do see a world where we change where is it? Carrier one. Carrier is one of the very few ways to get extra engineering points that we just don't really... And just getting extra slots is interesting? No, actually, I don't mind it. I don't mind the extra engineering score. I think there will be other ways to get higher engineering that we will be adding as time goes on. I think that Pyromaniac and Cryomaniac might. Either we need more kits like it, or it needs to go away, in my opinion. Utility classes, yes. Okay. Do we just make 3 utility classes based on just Golemetry, vehicles, and architecture? Do we do this in the build-up way, or do we just say, listen, it can build buildings of any variety? What's that? You know what's funny? Me getting Utopia wrong is actually also my bingo. Oh, hey, I think that's a fair call. Okay. Ah, thank you for the spray. Ah, there it is. I was gonna make food today and I totally forgot. Now I'm sad. I think that we just make the 3 utility classes that are just capable of building the stuff, which I'm pretty sure is 4, 3, 2. So that's 9 DR for each one. Oh, these also need bolted. This does do a great job of separating them better, in my opinion. Have a good one, Nebula. I appreciate you. Okay. Let me grab from architecture what the exact terms is. utility classes. Craft. All implements for structures. Mechanic? Kind of a little bit on the nose in my opinion, but I think it works. Oh, you know what? You know what? I think that no, we can make it an X. We can make it an X class. Oh, but you know what? They can only take one of these and not the others. There's gonna have to be a big boy one that just says they can build fucking anything. Telemetry is to what level? Telemetry is probably gonna get 2 just for itself, for constructs and non-constructs. It's 4 for 4 on any creature, but it's 3 for 2 on constructs and 4 for 3. Okay, so 2/3, 3/4. I'm sorry, no. 3 halves, 4/3, and then 4/4. So 1 otherwise. Okay, so botanist, craft. Construct creatures up to DRX. But it's 3x. No, it's 2x. 2x DR. Up to a DR equal to 3 times X. What's that name for somebody who builds organic creatures? Robotanist. What's the name for that? Roboticist? It is not called a roboticist, is it? Really? I hate that a lot. That's terrible. Why is it called a roboticist? I was thinking about Frankenstein. But I don't want to use. I would like to avoid using proper names of like characters that are not in world. Splicer? I'm pretty okay with that.
Geneticist?
Oh, geneticist is dope. Non-construct creatures to a DR equal to 4 times X. We needed tiers of like tiers of craft. I think we just have an 1 through 5, honestly, and just common through. Hey, congratulations, Nats.
GG Nats.
GG. Oh my god, Forger just got the 1k tie power. That is so rare. Holy shit, dude. What is that? How's that written in Tinkerer? In Tinkerer, we have... You can craft common items. Yeah. Is this really the way to do this?
At Galaxy 3004 Ty? Talk
Is
to
this-
him today. He's doing better. Not much better, but better.
Is this really how we do this? We just make this like 5 separate classes? I feel like there's a better way to do this, but I
Ori,
feel
where
like this
are duders?
kind of gets the... How long have Yoder's been gone? Is this because... It's because Steam reset, I'm pretty sure. That's unfortunate. Nope, not wrong. Imagine if that typo stayed in. Does that count? Would that count as a technical difficulty? I don't think that counts as a technical difficulty. If there's something, an option for Ori forgot something, then we could use that. But I don't think this counts as a technical difficulty. Unless it crashes. Hold on, is it gonna crash? No, it didn't crash, chat. I'm sorry. Okay, now we need some, like, basically combo stacks right here. I really hate doing it this way. I hate doing it this way. Actually, you know what? This is awkward, but I think we could do this. We could do this. Yeah, this is in creature modulation. This is fine. We could do it the old quirk way. I remember why this is so useful now. Common / extraordinary / rare / legendary / mythical. I missed that. I missed that. Unfortunately, on the complete all redeems. Sag.
Rain may either be working or away doing stuff.
Rain's always working. That little shit. Okay. Dude, is Crafter already done somewhere? I feel like Crafter might be used. Nope. I guess not. Maybe in the core guide, but I don't think it's in the core guide. I can't think of anything named Crafter. Okay. I think that we should have one for, like, up to extraordinary and the ability to make buildings and vehicles. I think that's a good combo one. What's a name for creature, for somebody who just generically... Engineer? Which is just 18... Oh, wow. That's a lot, actually. 21 DR. Do extraordinary. Can build and craft all implements for structures and vehicles. I think that makes sense. Oh no, that's way more than that. Oh no, Crafter's giving a huge discount to DR. This should cost way more. This should cost way more. Are we really gonna do that? Are we gonna charge? Oh goodness, I just realized my mistake. Okay. Are we gonna charge 25 DR for the allowance to craft mythical on a creature? I think that's the most that it would cost, realistically. 25 DR is so much. It's so much, dude. Holy hell. 9 and then 4, I guess. That's crazy. Wappy Zappy Let's Plays, chat. Holy damn. And then this would cost you 5 more, so 27 DR. Somewhere in the middle, maybe? I mean, it is how many talent points it costs to craft mythical. That is genuinely how many talent points it takes. So it makes sense to me. And you are going to get more out of it. You are going to get more out of it. Because we are going to get, like, DHP bonuses and SHP bonuses. And you're going to get sub-trade additions as well.
1/3/7/13/20.
I mean, I could see it. But I think that you're just getting, like, a super discount for not a lot of reason, in my opinion. I think that we would add more features before we'd lower the cost, personally. It shouldn't be super easy to just make something that can craft better than you can. You know what I mean? Like, if you're a Golemetrist, okay, let me say it like this. If you are a craftsman, you can go straight down Golemetry and then never learn how to craft something yourself and just make your robots do it. They can craft comps up. They can craft comps up, absolutely. Which is another problem. Golemetrists are just gonna make this. Oh my goodness, dude. Golemetrists are gonna make art. Golemetrists. Why I oughta. Hey, what's up, Simply? You mean by final chapter? Are you retiring from streaming? Also, hey, Legend, hello. No, not final chapter of streaming. Final chapter of the AG1. I am so sorry. Also, welcome in. How are you doing? What's up? No, we're working on one of the last chapters of the AG1, and like genuinely almost one of the last chapters that don't have its content filled out. Now, there's some like optional rules and stuff like that still have to get, you know, like modified, or it needs the content added, or it needs refined. Everything in the AG1 needs refined. But this is the last chapter that is genuinely missing content. Wouldn't get the bonus stuff for the specialties in an item you crafted. No, that's true. I mean, unless you're an artificer. Or he hasn't told me I can make the Burb Lord yet. I don't know if Burbs are gonna be in the AG1. Add the throne feature? What? Anyways, about creatures. Honestly, at this point, I'm just stalling
Bro,
it for
you
meme.
scared me. Simply 920 laughs few. I'm so glad it didn't mean you were stopping streaming XD.
No, I owe 75 hours at least, as of currently. 75 more hours of hard streaming, if nothing else. Um, 9 plus 9 plus 25 plus, like, I guess just an extra 7. This is crazy. Mastercraft is actually really, ugh. Mythical. Build and craft implements for structures and vehicles, and build any creature up to its DR. That's quite powerful because of the creatures. We're going to do 60. Level 50 construct character that can make a DR 50 construct. It's a robot that makes robots. It's perfect. Might be able to craft up to that rarity, be able to treat it as if you crafted it. Oh, you have to be able to craft up to that rarity. Gotcha. So non-issue. No, you're right, Galaxy. You're right. Okay, that was me getting Utopia wrong. You got me on that one. That was me getting Utopia wrong. I did actually miss that mechanic. GG on that one, chat. I just clicked it. What? What do you mean? There we go. What? Why is it not letting me? I mean, birds won't be in the AG1. I mean, they'll be in the AG1. I don't know if their lore will be in the AG1. Why is it not letting me call it? Call it. It's just not letting me. Oh, wait. Am I just not able to call new cards because so many people won? Is that how that works? Huh. Interesting. I guess I can't call anymore. Is that just what happens? Whack. I don't know. It's not letting me call. Do we have any moderators who could attempt to call it? Okay. We now need ridiculous amounts of stamina and a little bit of SHP and DHP. What is it? It's a total pool of 300. SHP increases by 50. DHP increases by 50. Stamina increases by 200. These things are not generally combat focused, I would say. Just dropped my sword, so. Philosophy app for double bongo. Double bongo. Well, it's not letting me bongo right now. Like, I can't call the bongos at the moment. But I don't know if that's just a bug with Twitch, because it totally would be. No one would be surprised if it was. Or if it's actually not allowing me to. Okay, let me that time. I got a bongo. Look at me go, chat. Anyways. I think that we're going to...
rigged it.
I don't think I did. I don't think I did do that. Oh, this is the awkward part about when we use these slash abilities. So 22 times 5, that's 110. Let's do 30 and 30. 25 and 25. Because this will make it easy. 60 and 60. 60 and then 25. So 85. Yeah, they're going to get monumentally more stamina bonuses than anything else, I think. I'm not keeping you from designing Burb lore. I just don't think the lore is going to be in the AG1. The AG1 isn't going to contain that much lore. It's gonna get basically like surface level views of all of the large territories of Paya and the districts of Yuto. That's about it. I don't think it's gonna have that much lore. I mean, you can... I do not hate you. Need stream goal reach for bongo? What is stream goal right
Forager
now?
56 Ori hates all of us.
No, I do not. Stream goal is gonna be a tough one, chat. I think a stream goal is probably not gonna happen. I'm gonna be honest with you. But can I have all these goals at once?
Forager, make the lore anyways, like what I'm doing for Atlas.
It does seem to work more often than I would like to admit. Okay. I didn't realize I could have multiple goals at once, so now I have more goals. It is technically more achievable now, Hale. You could absolutely get it with... I mean, it's going to be hard, but it's possible. And I hope that's not your only bongo potential. Crafter is going to be... Oh, goodness, Crafter's actually
I got
insane.
4 bingos last stream, but the app never updated and I lost all of them.
What? 4 bongos. 4 bongos. You got 4 bongos. I want to see that. That's crazy. This is, yeah, 125. 5. I think that we actually, okay, there's a really interesting thing that we could do here, in my opinion. I think that Crafter's just going to be a stamina increase, potentially. Maybe. Yeah, actually, this is a weird one to do this for, but I have an idea. 45, that would be 70. and then 125. I think that we actually increase the stats on the crafting-based abilities because it would make these creatures innately harder to craft. It would revitalize some of their combat capability for how insanely high their DR is going. And it would just round out some of the value that you get from making a creature with this type of stature. But ultimately, it makes it harder to craft. Because making creatures that can craft for you should be harder to craft, arguably, I would say. That might just work. 5 times X. Stamina increases by 10 times X. Yeah, I like this, actually. I like this idea a bit. DHP increased by 20. SHP and DHP can increase by 40 and 40 for Engineer. SHP and DHP increase by 75 and 75 each for Mastercraft. Yeah, it just kind of pushes up the cost, but still makes the creature better. In my opinion, I think that's a good way to go. 9, so we're going to probably treat it as if it's 12. So 60. And same for Architect. There we go. I want to do homework, but my brain is irritated. That's actually so fair. And now all we have to do is add in the additional stats. And I think in most cases, it's just basically engineering and memory. Like, I don't know how many other things it's going to be most of the time. Memiari. Power, maybe 1 to power, but for vehicles it's dexterity. I think that makes sense. I think that robotiness increases the least, engineering increases by X, and probably dexterity increases by X. I think robotiness is just engineering, actually. I think robotiness is one that can be just engineering. Whereas geneticist is engineering by X, dexterity by 2 times X? Is that how that would work? Would they get a social stat? Like portrayal? Also, should they say each, like, blank and blank increase by X? Yeah, they should. Just for subtraits, though. Engineering. Dexterity and portrayal. Each increase by X. Interesting. Yeah. Don't forget about the equipment. Oh, yeah, that's right. Geneticists and robotanists are probably just not going to get equipment, honestly, because they're just X values, so. I mean, they might be able to get, like, a block or a dodge out of it, but I don't think that's really necessary, honestly. I think they can just ignore it. They get to build creatures, so. Genetic development or Frankenstein-like building? Both. Either are applicable. Portrayal is a little bit more umbrella, so I think that one's probably going to be more so that, probably closer. For crafter, I think engineering increases by a lot. Yeah, I think that's about how that goes. Increases by 15. Engineering. Memory increases by... Does memory just do the rest? 7/12? For engineer? Like, if you go up a crafting capability, then the memory score just gets better, but engineering is always a 15. I'm happy with that, actually. It kind of forces a spread. I don't mind that at all. And this is 60 DR, so 60 subtraits worth. Engineering increases by 30. Memory increases by 10. Then we have 20 more DR. That's 40. We're at 50 right now. Yeah, that's fine. Engineering by 35, memory by 15, dexterity power each by 5. Fortitude, maybe. I thought about fortitude. Engineering, engineering. I do engineering. I do me some engineering. Okay, and what do we give them for items? Dear God, what do they get for items? What do we give for items? Okay, the first thing that we can do, I think, is instrumental. Instrumental is gonna be an easy one for at least some of these. Roboticist and geneticist probably don't need it. But crafter would easily be able to gain the ability to craft anywhere with instrumental, but I forgot that. Oh, it needs to be scalar. Because there's 5 different options that crafter can be. Engineer could have that. Mastercraft could have that. Yeah, a crafting station. What other items do we give them? I don't know what to give them for items. For architect, we need 80 silver pieces, so a common item. A common item for architect and a common item for mechanic. Is there anything that's really super worth it for them? Light. We just give them resistance. They're just immune to a damage type. Don't do that. That's a terrible idea. Intensify, we could just give them more subtraits, but I feel like they don't need it as much, realistically. Could be shrouded, I guess? Capacity is one that we relied on, but I feel like the kit already kind of handles that. What's that when it takes place in a timeline adjacent to main utopia? Namely my own? That's fine. Just go ahead and post it. Block? Really? Block? Why block? I mean, I guess just because there's not really much else. Because, like, we can do something like Arachnid, right? And they're just able to, like, climb on walls. But you're not going to want every single wall or every single crafter you make to be able to climb on walls. You know what I mean? I feel like that it's just kind of shoehorning things at that point. I guess block. Yeah. Guess block's what we got. See if there's any other items that catch our eye. We could give them a spell tech if we really wanted to. Do we want to give them a spell tech? Is there any spell tech that we need? Actually, we could give them a spell tech. No, that would cost DHP. No, we could still give them a spell tech for that. It would be weird that it costs DHP, but they could. We could give them a spell tech that allows them to just generate components, which would unsurprisingly be quite useful for them, I would argue. See when you get back? Lock picking? Oh, we could give them, like, ballistic inert? That's what I was thinking. Perpetual components. It's weird that they have to pay DHP for
5
it.
stack barbed item.
Barbed is interesting. I think barbed is possible, but even when I was building a creature with Pyromaniac, it was kind of awkward and annoying that they were barbed, because it's like, I just don't want them to be, right? And if we do that, then you can't build an engineer without it being barbed. You know what I mean? I think we go inert ballistic, honestly. I think we go inert ballistic for them. I think that's the most reasonable one. If we do a spell force, then we have to... Oh, we don't have to abide by spell cap. That's true. I would say spell force or ballistic inert. That's what I would do. Archmage. I don't think they should have that, personally. You could make one with Archmage if you wanted to. You can make some fuck-ass creatures, too. I could see ballistic inert. They could use it. I would say ballistic inert is a good one. They just get extra bonuses specifically against against spells and ranged attacks. It just feels more engineer-esque, in my opinion. No, I actually kind of fuck with that pretty hard. I'm gonna be honest. I like that. Probably best on armor. Same amount, yeah. And how much does it cost on hand equipment? Is it 10 or is it 15? Regarded, it's 20. Yeah, we can still give them. How much would a spell force cost for creating components of common rarity? It's 3. It would be 10 plus 3x. Are they really spending DHP? I don't think it's worth it for them. They just don't have a reason to spend it. Or I'm sorry, not that they don't have a reason to spend it. They don't have a huge pool of DHP. So no, it is useless by itself. You have to put some amount of block or dodge on the armor in order to make that true, which we can do. Need block rating increases by... Creatures block rating, I'm going back to the original way, increases by 1d4 against ranged attacks and spells. I think this is fine, honestly. I think it's somewhat on the awkward side, but... You're right. You could just give them 2d4 based at that value, right? For these guys, at this value level, I do think that they should, but... At 4 DR, I think that they get realistically nothing. Because you get 16 silver pieces worth. No, that's enough for one. I love that there's an option for it to increase by 0 D4. 9 would be 81 again. So for 2 D4. And then 16. 16 squared is 256, which means you can get an extraordinary piece, which is roughly 44. And then 25 squared is 625, right? Which is a little under a rare piece. So 110 RP. So roughly 64. Yeah. Yeah, that's fine. Crafters just get flat block. These guys, I think, where we start getting into actually dynamic block amounts. So 484 silver pieces. That's in the rare category, but barely. No, I don't think it ever makes sense to get a rare item like that. I think just 2 extraordinary items that do the same thing, essentially. Thing is, you could also just give them 2d4 base value. I think we do... So if we're going like... It was 480, so 240 divided by 4. We have 60 RP to work with. We minus 30 for inert and spell tech, and then throw on some downsides and put that down to 2d4. Block rate increases, and then we get 2 of them, so 44. Okay. So 44 block, 44 to 5d4 block, but it's doubled against ranged attacks and spells. I think that's fair. And then for 60, 3,600 is actually fucking insane. That's legendary at least, I'm pretty sure. Which is 112 RP. And a legendary item. Let's round that up. Let's round that up just a little bit because we're going to pop some downsides on it. So let's say 130. Minus 30 for the inert and divide that by 20. So that's only 5 on its own as well. Oh, the crafting station. That's right. Listen, man, I'm probably just going to give it to them. We can make one. It's like 20. I think it would just be cheaper to just make multiple items. You can make up to 2 because you can put it on boots and gloves. It's technically more expensive for boots. So we're just going to do 84 and I think just call it a day. But I think only engineer... Oh, crafters can. Crafters can. Is that exactly what it says? It just says... Instrumental says... Yeah, there's no extra cost. So... Make craft items without using a tool station, tool station, tool station, Geneticists and roboticists, I think, are not going to get a bonus. Like, there's just nothing really to give them. Otherwise, we'd be doing, like XD4 block, which is just insane for this value. Like, that's just way too much value out of it. And these guys do not get the ability to craft items anywhere because they don't even have the ability to craft items. Aether vision is possible, but I think it just kind of complicates a crafter because then the GM would just have to take into account that every crafter is able to see souls, and I think that's kind of awkward.
Give them
personally.
something dumb, like throwing knives.
They don't need it. They don't. This is not a martialist class, so they can still get their damage output through their martialist class. I would say personally, I don't think again, if we put an attack ability on a utility class, it means that every crafter is just going to have that extra attack ability that you see on every crafter, and to me, that's just annoying. I would just leave actions like that to their martialist. Like we can make a mastercraft and a brute, and then it just has the brute attack ability. Yeah. And then we just get a silly little dagger attack. Yeah. I think I'm pretty happy with this. 16d4 block addition against range and attack spells. Or ranged attacks and spells. Cute. I like this. Oh, we need to... No, it does not get this. Crafters just get flat block bonus. Yeah. Yeah, I'm happy with that. Okay, cool. Okay. I think that's the crafting utility classes. I think that there's other utility classes that can be added, but I think that's the crafting utility classes in a nutshell. This allows for a lot more on creatures. This is already a lot for creatures right now, and I'm quite enamored by this. I'm happy with this. Oh, man. I think arguably that was the easy one. Radiating Intensify item? For, like, engineering? That just sounds like a support thing to me. I don't think crafters innately need that. I think just giving them block is fine, personally. I think that there are creatures that could use that. I just don't think that it should be on every engineer that you have to make. Or that you make. Whenever you make an engineering, they just always have a radiating item. Chat, this is Mental Health Break. Make sure to go grab a drink of water, go grab a snack, go brush your teeth, go do your homework, whatever you have to do to be healthy. We're going to be the just chatting screen for about 10 to 15 minutes. Then we're going to get back into, in this case, making more AG stuff, which is neat. MHB, a little bit early, in fact, a little bit early. But I feel like this is a really good stopping point, so. Cool. That's at least one set of classes done. Martialist Arcane are gonna be, beefy. Martialist especially is gonna be a big one, dude. It's gonna be a big one. You had late? That's unfortunate. I'm sorry. I'm also very hungry, chat. It might be a slightly longer mental health break because I'm probably gonna make food. Support classes can go pretty hard, dude. We can do a lot with support classes now. I thought about that, Galaxy. I actually did it 1 minute earlier. Because I said that 15 was the cutoff point. And yesterday we did it at 15, but today we did it at 14. I'm so hungry. But what a pizza. Oh, I forgot we have pizza. Man, I was going to make ramen, but I mean, pizza's just like right there. Fuck it, it's pizza time, chat, I guess. Okay. Chat, do we want to do support Arcane or Martial? I wonder if the Deal Maker feature for sentient artifacts is not available on sentient weapons. Oh, why? Because it's a huge RP discount is mostly the reason why, honestly. I think it'll be possible. Okay, artifacts are capable of being weapons. Artifacts can be weapons relatively easily, and artifacts can also be armor. Artifacts are just more expensive weapons. They're also more versatile weapons, but they're also just more expensive weapons. And same goes for armor. So you can make a weapon with Dealmaker. It just costs more. But I think there's a possibility that they get added to weapons. It would just be a much less beefy discount. It probably will be, honestly. It probably will be. Spider-Man pizza theme plays.
What about
Arcane.
shields?
Same thing. Same thing. Same rules apply. Artifacts can be shields. Artifacts can absolutely be shields. Shields are considered armor in Utopia. Kind of. At least on the crafting side of things. Chat, I'm going to be right back, which means I'm going to open up Steam Bracers. We put it on consumables, but a very high RP negative. Way higher? I feel like it'd be excessively lower. Like, why would it be such a higher RP negative for consumables? Maybe I'm not following something. One-time use, we can only use it how a consumable allows. I mean, sure, but I feel like that doesn't mean that the RP needs to go down by a bunch. That's crazy. I didn't even change screens and Ashen is already here. Chat, use exclamation point race if you'd like to join us in this little physics sim game. What? What do you mean? Why is it coming up with a weird button?
Sentient consumables doesn't want to die.
That was weird. Chat, make sure to use exclamation point race to join us in the funny little racing game. We're just gonna be a little physics sim. It's kind of like marble racing, but with little cars. You don't really control much, but sometimes you win, and that's fun. You get a little car if you do exclamation point race, and you'll be racing against all the other chatters who are joining us today. If you win, you get 1,000 Twitch XP, which is fun and interesting if you're into that. So here's a bomb that you can only use on cars. I guess that's fair. I don't think the RP discount needs to be that high, though. I think it would honestly... I still think it would be less, personally. But I do like that idea. I don't know. It's GM Fiat, so it doesn't really matter what it turns out to be, but still. What was I saying? Fuck. Yeah, do exclamation point race. While I'm gone, you guys will be, racing each other with these funny little car dudes. Oh, you also get in-game currency, is what I was gonna say. You get an in-game currency every single time you race, just for free. And you can use it to customize your little vehicle. Isn't that cool? Isn't that neat? It's a neat little thing, chat. Oh, I'm hungry. I'm hungry. I'm a little bit tired, but we're doing good things. We're doing good things, chat. I feel like this is a very important part of the AG. I'm actually kind of really excited for this. This will allow us to do a lot. All right, chat. I'm gonna move out the camera and then you guys enjoy yourselves. Make sure to win. You know what happens if you don't. Chaos Wheel says... Tiny cars! That's so funny. Little baby cars.
You got me shaking, yeah, I feel the fever coming on. Oh, you know you're all I want. Keep saying that I hate tried to shake it, find a way to get you off my mind. Really tried to draw that line. One look from you, I'm praying I could call you mine. Baby, you got my hands tied.
We could make a group rule to boost if you're in front of Ori to make Ori have a higher chance of getting first.
You got me shaking, yeah, I feel the fever coming on. Oh, you know you're all I want. Keep saying that I hate it, but it's kind of fun. Watching me come undone. No more games. Can't we just say its name? Instead of running away and jumping the gun to play it safe. Let's spend the weekend here in this bed we can sleep in and let the feelings overflow. Useless trying to fight this, let's just give in and let the feelings overflow. I tried to shake it, find a way to get you off my mind. Really tried to draw that line. One look from you, I'm praying I could call you mine. Baby, you got my hands tied. No more games. Can't we just say its name? Instead of running away and jumping the gun to play it safe.
Same.
I tried to shake it, find a way to get you off my mind. Really tried to draw that line. One look from you, I'm praying I could call you mine. Baby, you got my hands tied. No more games. Can't we just say its name instead of running away and jumping the gun to play it safe? Oh, it's been a weekend here in this bed we can sleep in and let the feelings overflow. Useless trying to fight this, let's just give in and let the feelings overflow. It's been a weekend here in this bed we can sleep in and let the feelings overflow. Useless trying to fight this, let's just give in and let the feelings overflow. Weekend here in this bed we can sleep in and let the feelings overflow. Useless trying to fight this, let's just give in and let the feelings overflow.
Oh, congratulations, Abstract, for being in virtual first place. And congratulations to Bongos, who needed the me winning the race bongo. Congrats, Bongos.
You got me shaking, yeah, I feel the fear.
Here is your XP.
Oh, you know you're all I want. Keep saying that I hate it, but
Big W. Anytime, I guess. All right, chat. We have, I believe it's Arcane Classes is the one that. Shame Rain isn't here to get mad at you. Well, if you see Rain, you know what to say. Made any ARGs? I was thinking of making one. I was wondering if I could DM you some questions eventually. I think the short answer to that is yes. You're always free to DM me. It can be, I'm not usually the fastest when it comes to DMs, definitely, because I do get a lot of DMs. Public places, I'm usually faster to respond if you just ping me, but you're absolutely free to go for it. Do I have 1 sub or 2 left from the box? Oh, I don't know. We have to check DMs.
I tried to shake it, find a way to get you.
Not any good ones, ooh woo, but of course. We have Arcane Classes is going to be the one that we're working on next. So how do we want to break these up exactly? What types of Arcane Classes are we looking to make? Because obviously we have the ability to make virtually any height, right? Because like the original Core Utopia has Elementers, which is like 12 DR. But we can stack DR on all day for a Pyromancer to just give them more inspiration. We can give them Phantom Flames if we want. You know, we can do a whole ton of things with whatever we want to do with a Pyromancer. You know what I mean? And we could do the same for a Cryomancer or a Zephyr Mage. I'd
How
assume
developed
those
is
three at
divination
least.
types?
Not really a ton, but there's also not a lot of abilities that are specific to divination. Unless we were to give them blue abilities. But the problem with blue abilities on creatures is that they require renown. And there's not really a good way for NPCs to have renown with the player, if that makes sense. They could have renown with other creatures, but I usually try to avoid making it so that creatures have renown scores, because you already have to track a character's renown with every other creature or settlement or whatever that they happen to care about. You know what I mean? So a GM having to track renown with like every town they're in that's a lot. So I usually try to avoid renown mechanics, or just modify it so it circumnavigates the renown mechanic in some way. But it is possible. It is hypothetically possible. But they wouldn't even actually be using divination in that point. You have one left, Galaxy? Okay. So, we could make a diviner. I think it would be possible. Just with Decipher. We have the 3 studies, which I guess it would be unsurprising to make. We could make it 2 types of pyromancers, 2 types of cryomancers, and 2 types of zephyr mages at varying levels if we wanted to. We also have summoners, transformation mages, and healers. But healers, I think, would probably get pushed back into support classes. What's your question, Forager? I think that's a good way to do it, personally. What's your favorite MTG deck? I've been looking at getting into building some, and I'm curious. My favorite MTG deck is... Is this for Bongo? This might be for Bongo, but regardless. Honestly, I don't know if I believe that you're getting into MTG, but I'll say it anyways. Probably Arkham Dogson. The one that everybody hates. My Orion deck. It's like the worst one to play against. It's absolutely terrible. It's borderline a prison deck. I think... Do you like the idea of being a menace to society in a game I've never played before? Are you guys gonna start playing MTG? I don't overly like playing digitally. Send me a few thousand cards and I'll make a deck you hate more than that. Also, yes, redeem the Bongo thing. Okay. There you go. There's your Bongo. I know it's a trap, but screw it. I get to gush about magic. Listen. Don't even worry about it. I don't normally love playing digitally either, but I do love the idea of having access to the entire bank of MTG instead of having to do the pay-to-win strategy that comes with most TCGs innately. So, I fuck with it. Pros and cons. Now I get to Bongo if Ori drops something. Box time? Box time isn't even that hard. I feel like that one's actually relatively common. So for arcane classes, I think that basically lower and higher level pyromancers, so that's 2 of those, 2 cryomancers, 2 zephyr mages, so that's 6 total. Probably I'm gambling with the bottom row. Probably just 1 summoner, because we already have a necromancer. Probably just 1... What's it called? Transformation mage. Because I don't think they need to be that insane. They can't really even use true form. And then probably a master mage that just accumulates all of the various things that we've had in so far. Alterator? That's actually kind of wild. Oh no, I need a new alternator. It's just stuff an alteration mage in there. Just need Ori to leak something from my bottom row. Transmogrifier. Alterer. Cinnamon. Okay. What's not master? What's below master? But greater than like adept. We could say prodigy, but prodigy's already used so much in this. It's already used so much in the AG. Champion's been used before. If we could... Ooh, what is this? Maven? Savant. I think Savant might actually get used for the big boy one. For the big, like, Master Mage. You like Journeyman? Journeyman's used somewhere, I think. I think it's used in fabrication. No, is it not? Oh, it almost was. Oh, Craftsman used to be called Journeyman, I think. Huh, that's funny. Professor? I don't mind that necessarily. Professor, I feel like, has some connotation in being a teacher of some type. Summoner. Transmogrifier. That one's neat. And then we just have Master Mage. Which could get renamed to Savant, I think. Is Savant powerful enough to be called that? Magister. I could see that. Okay. Apprentice Pyromancer. What DRs are we looking for?
Savant lets you learn 2 things each day from the storyteller.
Yes, exactly. And exactly one of them are correct. Unless there's a Vortox. What kind of DR levels are we giving here? So is the Pyromancer just going to be taking like Blazing Inspiration, like a bunch of them, and that's it? Maybe like Blazing Inspiration and then they're mid-tier? Oh, maybe they should get their Tenacious. I think Pyromancer gets Unquenchable and Tenacious Embers. Fuck, dude. I think a Pyromancer gets all of this right here. Genuinely. Just in lower stack amounts. Doesn't it? Yes. They will have to get the ability to cast spells as well. So they'll probably be given Array, Wake, Enchantment, and Evocation innately, which is already going to be throwing their DR through the roof. Yeah, these guys are gonna be expensive, dude. These guys are gonna be expensive. Oofies. Tails. I Pyromancer without evocation. Let's go. Is that how we're gonna do this? That's a lot of capability right here. Yeah, these two, Unquenchable and Tenacious, are kind of like, they kind of go hand in hand, in my opinion. Actually, let's just give them Tenacious, I think. I think that just these three, because for Frost, it would be these three would be the equivalent. 2 points of disfavor and...
You got me shaking, yeah, I feel the fever coming on. Boy, you know you're all I want. Keep saying that I hate it, but it's kind of fun.
I don't know if we keep that. Okay, hold on. I'm sorry. I just got sidetracked. I was kind of wondering if we should modify the Frost ability. The Frost ability is just so gross.
Let's spend the weekend here in this bed. We can sleep in and let the feelings overflow.
That's at least a little bit better. Got a couple of bagels. Heads to something else happens. Would a failure count as both or neither? A failure of what? In what question? What? Huh? I'm not 100% sure what that means. So we're not going to give them complex crystals. We're going to give them these three, where it has the ability to prevent you from dispelling. It gives 2 points of disfavor on non-damage effects from spells, and a bunch of shield resistance. The coin failed. Does it count as both or neither? I would assume neither. What does a coin just fail? Spell you cast to be dispelled by a source from valid target spell. You may spend half the spell's cost again, rounded down, not including turn actions or interrupt actions. If you do, the spell continues targeting only that source instead, with a maximum duration of 2 additional turns. So they get electrostatic, thunderous, and maelstrom inspiration. I think that's fair.
I missed. Earth now has another satellite. I don't like that answer, and I want bagels, so it counts as both. Ori, I'll be back with bagels, and having done a thing.
I don't like this. I don't know why I was even asked. Okay, so first they're gonna have to be given the 4 arts that they need, which is 5 for Wake, 2 enchantment, 2 array, up to 7. I'm sorry, 4 for enchantment and evocation, up to 7 for array, and up to 12 for the others. Using the art of evocation, enchantment, array, and wake. Okay. That's the start. Gonna go a lot further than that. It's going to get hella spell discounts as time goes on. Oh my goodness, it's gonna be so much. Okay.
You got me shaking, yeah, I feel the fever coming on. Boy,
You know what? I'm just gonna like copy these so that we have them over there. Just so that we don't have to scroll back and forth each time. Oh god, this is gonna be so terrible. Okay. And we'll just like highlight all this so that we know that we have to get rid of it. Oh, that was terrible. That was a terrible idea. Dark color. There we go. Awful to look at, but it works. Finish the specialist silence? What do you mean? In what context?
tried to shake it, find a way to get you off my mind. Really tried to draw that line. One look from you, I'm praying.
Oh god, this is actually really annoying to convert to.
Baby, you got my hands tied. No more games. Can't we just
This is actually really annoying to convert for creatures. I think we're gonna round this out. We're gonna give them a different one. I feel like that's a simpler way to explain it, but now I have to scroll up anyways because I need to check Zephyr because I think Zephyr is just worse than that. Oh, it's only... No, Zephyr I think is just more situational. I think this could be argued that it's better, but it is much more costly to make function in my opinion. So I'm fine with this. This is how we'll use Inferno. When this creature uses a When this creature casts a spell using evocation that deals only heat damage each turn, it gains an additional die of damage for every 3 dice rolled. The start of stream, I saw you working on Study Glemitris, so I assumed you also did the others, but it was only that one. Yeah, it was only that one. Because Glemitris care a lot about creature kits and stuff like that, so I thought I would just go ahead and smack that one in. Let's see how long it takes Ori to figure out what it is. I am not observant enough for this. Spells that this creature casts. Let me do the exact wording. It's spells this creature casts cost less stamina. Minimum cost of 1. If the spell deals heat damage and no other damage type, it costs an additional less stamina. Minimum
Give
cost
Emma
of
hint
0.
forager.
Okay. I think that's how we'll word the spell discounts, because it's going to get an innate spell discount, and it's also going to have an amount of Blazing Inspiration and Pyromancer. I think we're just going to give them Pyromancer for free, honestly. I know it should cost extra DR, but Pyromancer is kind of a silly specialist talent, I'm going to be honest with you. Okay. When a spell... When a damaging spell this creature casts deals no damage, the effects of the spell continue for up to 2 additional turns. This cannot force... And can... It did deal damage for up to 2 additional turns and continues as if it did deal damage if it does so in that time. This cannot force the spell to go beyond its normal duration. When a damaging spell this creature casts deals no damage, the effects of the spell continue for up to 2 additional turns and continues as if it dealt damage. And continues if it does so in that time. If it deals damage in that time. When a damaging spell this creature casts deals no damage, The effects of the spell continue for up to 2 additional turns. And continues if it deals damage in that time. This effect cannot force the spell to go beyond its normal duration. Okay. I think that's a strong enough explanation to explain what the effect does.
You got me shaking, yeah, I feel the fever coming on. Oh, you know you're all I want. Keep saying that I hate it, but it's kind of fun. Watching me come undone. No more
You know what?
can't we just
I think it would just be easier. Yes. Deals damage, but all damage is prevented. The effect continues for an additional turn, and for 2 additional turns, and continues for the spell's full duration as long as it deals damage in that time. This cannot force the spell to go beyond its normal duration. I think that's closer to what we're trying to say here. I think that's fine. And that was 6 talent points right there. Oh, I'm dumb. I remember. We don't actually write this. We don't need to write this, and we're not going to. Because we just say Tenacious Embers, Strategy and Magic. I completely forgot. Inferno, Strategy, Magic. 2x Tenacious Embers. And we will write Blazing Inspiration, I think. We can write Blazing Inspiration because I think that one's just, it's correct enough to know. And I think we can also keep these ones. These ones should technically have the same effect where we just write what talents they're taking. But I think that for utility classes, these ones are just confirmed enough to stay the way they are, personally. We do this in case like Tenacious Embers changes in wording, or if Inferno changes in wording, or whatever talent that we're trying to use changes in wording, because so much in the AG is going to. I think Blazing Inspiration is fine enough that we can just have an idea for it. I'm happy with this. I'm fine with this. Yeah, that's fine. Oh, Pyrex. For 5 minutes, jeez. Oh, did somebody get pips? Damn, okay. Beep, beep. Beep, beep, beep. You need to stop hanging out in the box if you don't want to get picked up so much. Chat says hi, Piper. Okay. How much Blazing Inspiration do we want to put on an Apprentice Pyromancer? Because we're already at 21 DR. Oh, thank you for the nice snack. And the soft speak. We're already at 21 DR right now. So if we were to... It's 2 levels per 3. What do we want to put them up to? Like a DR 27? That's a lot. DR 27 is expensive, but I think it's fair. That would be a 9 stamina discount on heat spells specifically. The goal, I think, in my opinion, is to keep them lower level because, I mean, they are an apprentice, right? But you're putting 27 DR onto an apprentice. But we want to heavily incentivize dealing heat damage. Oh, they actually get 12 stamina less. Yeah, no, I'm actually fine with that. 27 DR, I think, is fair enough. That's 3 stacks of Blazing Inspiration. They get 12 stamina less because of Pyromancy. They get Inferno, 2x Tenacious Embers. Yeah.
At Galaxy 3004, it's in the Discord. He's got about a week to figure it out.
Just 1 stack of Tenacious Embers, I could actually see that, honestly, and just make it 24 DR. That's a really happy number, in my opinion. 24 DR I think is pretty fair. I'm pretty happy with this 24 DR, and we also still get to add all of the sub traits and all of the garbage like that. So we need to add that. Resolve increases by some amount, probably close to 24, honestly. I think that we should spread it out a little bit, not just give them pure resolve, because we're not really trying to build like automatically min-max mages whenever we do this, but its resolve is probably going to increase by some large amount. And a few other extras and stats, and then they get item features, and I think their item features might honestly just be spell discounts at that point. 576, that's about 2 extraordinary items. Yeah. Makes sense for it to be immune to heat damage. I could see a world where that's the case, yeah. Maybe not until Maven. Maybe not until Maven. I think the Apprentice could not be. I could see a world where the Maven is not. Or where the Apprentice is not, but the Maven is. Although, honestly, I don't know if I even see the immunity. There's so many other places to get immunity in creature building that I don't think it's as necessary.
Snack time.
Oh, yes. Thank you for the snack. I forgot about that. I'll go ahead and grab that snack. Immune to chill damage because it's constantly on fire, so nothing cold gets through. I think that immunities can be found in so many other places that we don't have to. You can make a pyromancer that's not immune to fire. It just allows for more capability. The more things that we add, in my opinion, that are not intrinsically tied to whatever you're trying to say, like Apprentice Pyromancer, the more shoehorny a creature gets.
You got me shaking, yeah, I feel the fever coming on. Oh, you know you're all I want. Keep saying that I hate it, but it's kind of fun. Watching me come undone. No more games. Can't we just say its name instead of running away?
I got a meatball. I got it a meatball for snack.
I'm back, and I'm mad at 3 of you.
Two extraordinary items really actually isn't that much. What if we divide this by 4? 144? We can divide that by 8. We could actually do 8 common items, realistically. And common can get 2 stamina discount. So that would be 16 stamina total. Yeah. I think that's perfect, actually. You get a 16 stamina discount, but that jumps up to a 28 stamina discount with a minimum of 0 instead of 1, as long as it's a heat spell. And also your heat spells get all these extra effects and stuff like that, extra damage, harder to dispel, yada yada. They technically can cast other stuff, but ultimately they're pretty heavily incentivized to cast heat spells. I like that, honestly, a lot. I'm pretty happy with that. 16, probably 18, which leaves us 6. To be a little bit thematic, I usually, more often than not, pyromancers I give portrayal score. Portrayal seems to be something that they would be. I would say it's the most common secondary stat for a pyromancer thematically, at least in Utopia. So I'm pretty happy with that. And finally, stats. They get 120 total stats. think DHP just increases by 20, stamina increases by 100, honestly. Actually, we need to stop making mages have 0 fucking body. They just die to nothing. Oh, I think that needs to change a little bit. So we have 125, so this would be stamina increased by 75. 75 is still a very, very decent amount. Their spell cap is only going up by 18. They can cast spells up to 28 stamina discount, so 46. But they're only spending 18 stamina at a time with just this class, so they're getting the ability to cast 5 spells roughly before they run out. That's fine. I think that's perfect, and it makes them not die as fast. All of the casters in Core Utopia currently have the problem. What's the Pyromancer from Monty Python's name? I don't remember. Small dip into speed for a Pyromancer? I'm down to give a... I feel like that's a Zephyr thing. I'm gonna be honest. I think that would be a Zephyr thing. Zephyr is definitely, I would say, the bob and weave, get in, get out speed type. I'd be down to give a tertiary stat for these guys, but I don't think they need one. I'd be willing to, though. I'd almost increase appeal by 2. Pyromancers seem like the social casters
Yeah, that makes
to me.
more sense on Zephyr.
I'm happy with this, and funny enough, I think that Apprentice Cryomancer is going to be mostly the same thing, just with a handful of different stuff. You're going to lose, I think you're going to get less DHP out of it and get a little bit more SHP out of it. I think that they will be a little bit heavier on the SHP side of things. In fact, so much so, I think that you're going to go to 35 SHP. Instead of Portrayal, you'll get Fortitude. I think you'll actually just get 6 Fortitude. No, I think Engineering. Because they're generally the crafters of mages. I added this. This doesn't need to be here because it's already explained by Inferno. This is chill damage. Same thing. But instead now of Inferno and Tenacious Embers, they're going to get Bitter Cold and Cold Repose. Bitter Cold, Cold Repose.
I feel like Pyro should be shop and Cryo should be DHP, and I could see Fortitude instead of Engineering.
Really? I would personally disagree, because if Pyromancers are the social casters, socials usually have the higher DHP. SHP is more tied to tanking, and Cryomancers, at least in my opinion, in my personal thematics, Cryomancers are the tanks. They're the tankier casters. They're the ones who can take the bigger hits, as just the philosophy with ice.
Fair.
So with that in mind, I think that their secondary and tertiary, their secondary being Fortitude and their tertiary being Engineering makes sense, because they don't yet, but I think that Maven Cryomancers will end up getting complex crystals. They're the best at imbuing, and they're the best at building things from Magi Matter. Cold Repose, yeah, I think that's perfect. Yeah. What does Cold Repose do? Hold on, I don't remember. We looked at it earlier, but I just don't remember what it did. Oh yeah, when it tries to dispel, you spend an interrupt action, force them to pay half the stamina cost. This one's actually really interesting. Because if you use something like Blood Magic, Cold Repose literally does nothing. It's a bit more specific how you have to use that. And also, it's the amount that you paid for the spell. So the more discounts you get, the actually easier it is to dispel. So, sucks to suck, I guess. It pays well to spend more, I guess is what I'm trying to say, when it comes to protection. And that's the Apprentice Cryomancer. Yes, you need to spend half of 1 rounded down. It could be half of 0 rounded down. They can cast spells that cost 0. Anything that costs 12 or less stamina for them, that is a chill spell, is a cantrip to them. Same with Pyromancers and Heat, and also is going to be... Oh, actually... Electromancers are a little bit more awkward, aren't they? They might be just given the same thing. They might not. We'll see. You guys... 30-30? You guys are just going to get ultimately more stamina, I think. These guys are going to be glass cannon-y at the end of the day. Not by an extreme amount, because again, mages are just so easy to kill right now. It's bad. And you can get a little bit of dexterity. Here, have some dexterity. Zephyr mages. Look at you go. Now, notably...
Give them parry.
Oh! Give them parry. You know what we could add as well? We don't have a ritual caster. Probably be a good idea to have just a basic ritualist. Stunt instead of dex? I could see that, but things don't generally get dexterity, and I could see them getting dexterity. These don't necessarily have to be all that useful. It's more so thematics that they get these extra sub-traits in various places, because it's kind of meant to be a nerf, specifically, so that Golemitris can't just build, you know, big, beefy, insane, one-shot creatures that just die on the first spell that they cast.
_7274 gifted a tier 1 subscription to Theforager 56.
Yo, thank you so much, Marvin. I appreciate the heck out of that. Let's go! On to the subboard. Hell yeah. Thank you so much, man. Darcy Blows. Thank you so much. On to the subboard. The subboard's actually getting very, very tight. We're pretty close to needing a new page. Oh, sorry, Pip. Sorry, Pop. Stunt. Okay, no, I see it. I see the stunt. Giving them a little bit of the acrobatic capability, I think, makes sense.
That's the Forager 56. That is a given since Ori hate us all.
Oh, that was time from the box. And Marvin, would that be banker time? Fuck, I clicked the leaderboard. Dang it.
Bongo it.
Bank. This is time. No. Minutes from the box. Boom. It has been bongoed. Okay, first of all, we need to see. Oh, Vampiric, let's go. Congratulations. There's a lot of things to take into consideration here. First of all, they're going to get Electrostatic and Thunderous, but also Maelstrom Inspiration does not work the same way. So Maelstrom is going to be a little bit more awkward. They're going to get bigger discounts. But more awkwardly. Thunderous and Electrostatic. Thunderous, Electrostatic. Okay. Spell deals energy damage and no other type. And innately costed 10 or more stamina before discounts. 16 less stamina. So they get actually quite the beefier discount. It actually doubles it instead of a 3/4, or instead of a 75% increase. Better, more stamina, and deal. Yep, that's the one. But Ori didn't give us. He kept the name. What? Still no bingo here. What? Wait, Forager, did you also win? Where is that? Oh, it popped up right as I looked away. Congratulations, Forager, as well. Why is energy called Zephyr anyway? Like, what do you mean? I mean, Flame and Frost is heat and chill. They're all named after something different. But Zephyr means... Hold on. Let me... Oh. I thought Zephyr meant like an angry wind, not a soft, gentle breeze. That's funny. But
also, Ori, how are they doing the minimum cost of 0 BTW for spells?
They are not currently, or they might be, and we're just gonna give it to them for free because Electromancy is not a specialist talent. The reason why generally is because Electromancy is generally treated as storm magic. So like Maelstrom Inspiration, for instance, Thunderous. When it comes to energy damage, it's not just electricity. I know that we use Electromancer, but they deal with sound magic, they deal with storm magic. So they're generally treated as storm mages. So Zephyr is just the name that was given that's representing storm in this case. But I think that they're going to go to a minimum cost of 1, honestly. I don't think Zephyr mages get that cantrip capability. Zephyrs generally are down to spend just an absolutely ridiculous amount of stamina. That's kind of their shtick. Be sound? Wouldn't just be illusion? I mean... specifically sound that is harmful. It doesn't have to be sound, but like thunder, for instance. It just depends on how you flavor it. Illusionary sound cannot be innately harmful, right? This is not like, oh, I'm creating like an auditory, you know, like stimulus. This is like, I'm clapping so loud that you die. They could do both. I mean, these guys can't. They don't know illusion because they're silly goobers. Ritualist. Here's a question. What other arts does the Ritualist know? And does it get anything special? I guess they're kind of like the Necromancer? Maybe the Illusionist? No, I think Necromancer would be better for them. They just get like a bunch of random different ones, I feel like. Because they would probably want Necromancy.
Gale is strong wind. If Zephyr is light wind.
That makes sense. Honestly, study of Zephyr just sounds cool. Yeah, Necromancy is an obvious choice, I would say. So they're gonna get a plus blank DR, of course. They're actually probably going to get a really high SHP bonus and not that high of a stamina bonus. This is one of very few casters that actually come from a place of high body because Ritual is specific to the Warlock, which is half mind, half body. And on top of that, they don't need as much resolve because they have Ritual. I think they actually don't get Evocation. They do get Enchantment. I think they do get Illusion. Do they get Array? They might actually not get Array. I think they don't get Array. Divination, absolutely. And Necromancy. Is that it? Do they get Alteration? Oh, Blood Magic, absolutely. Yes. Sorry for the response. I sent you a picture on Discord. Heck yeah. I appreciate you, bud. Thank you so much. Anytime is a good time. Do they get Alteration? I feel like they do get Alteration. I feel like body modification is a big part of a Ritualist, in my opinion. Ritualist is not alone named, but I think it is called something Ritualist. Ritual artistry, which, I mean, is the art of ritual, so that makes sense. Weebulin. Let's make sure that their specialist talent isn't something like that, too. But I think it's called Pact Caster. This is not where. Discipline. Second to last? Prolific Pact is what it's called. So we should be okay. Okay, so how much did we just give them already? 2, 4, 7, 10, 15, 17? They're at 17 DR so far. Do they need anything else? Oh, blood magic. That's right. That's right. And honestly, them getting hella SHP really helps a lot more in this case, I would say. Wizard's Wits is like the last thing they need. They do not care about Wizard's Wits. It is so not useful for them. Their goal is to cast over a very, very long period of time. They could take Runecraft Adept, but they just have Ritual Magic. I don't think they need it. I think it's just more stuff on a stat block they don't need. Regaining stamina doesn't matter as much to them. Yeah, they just take SHP. I think this is pretty solid. Honestly, I don't think they really need much more than that. They have blood magic and they have rituals. That's kind of their shtick. Anything else from Warlock they might need? Let's go check Warlock real quick. Just take a peek-see. Otherwise, a TD20 is fine. I mean, a DR20. They don't need to send messages. They don't have... they don't need Pact Casting. Oh, Pact Casting. This is where I was thinking of it. This is called Pact Casting. Well, now. Manap, could you drop something for me? Chat, I don't think it's a good idea for me to rig the bongos. I don't think that would ever end well. I think the Ritualist is going to be the first mage to get more SHP than stamina. This is 100 total. Yeah, I think they take 50 from here. Probably like 25 and 25, honestly. I think probably 30 stamina, 20 DHP. Whack. Higher appeal score. I can see that, yeah. 14 appeal increases by 6.
Yeah.
I do not hate chat. I think this is pretty solid, honestly. This is pretty basic, but I don't really think they need all that much more, huh? This is kind of their thing. That's what they do. Yeah. Does the summoner also get ritual? The summoner might just also get ritual, but just also take effects from summoning. Oh, Caster's Bond is so gross. I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to copy this over next to the summoner so that we have access to it and we don't have to copy everything over because they're probably going to use the shit out of this. Oh, that is a terrible color to look at. Yeezums. That's arguably worse somehow. Wow. I don't know how I keep doing this. There's gotta be a dark color here that's not as bad. Okay, that one's mediocre, but I'll take it. Red. Thank you for the lurk. Okay, so we're gonna get all of these real quick. I think they're also going to get ritual. But they're not going to get blood magic from it. But just because it allows them to cast big honky spells. They do need enchantment. They do not need illusion. I don't think they need divination, frankly. I will give them wake. I think that enchantment, necromancy, wake, and ritual is perfect for a summoner. I don't think that they even need array. They can have array. Yeah. Which currently puts them at... whoop. My bad. These guys need their stamina discount. What is your stamina discount? 400 divided by 8, so 50 silver pieces. 50 silver pieces. I'm going to give them a 12 stamina discount. They technically could get 16 if we optimize. They would get 8 if we were unoptimized, so they can just land right in the middle. Yeah, you get a 12 stamina discount. Have fun. Having array sucks. Never don't have array. Well, ritualists, funny enough, don't have array, so they're going to have to deal with that somehow. They are going to also get a stamina discount of some variety. And they don't need transference. I think that's just extra steps that they don't need. Necro Commander? Necro Commander is possible. I could see it. Mind Bond is good. I'm actually going to go back to Mind Bond and change it a little bit. Yeah. I'm fine. Mind Bond is good. I think Avert is fine, but I don't think they need it. I don't think Avert's useful enough for them. I think that it's a lot of text for a stat block for a very mild ability, in my opinion. Caster's Bond, absolutely. Absolutely. Soul Sculptor, absolutely. I think they take all of these, frankly. What amount for each one, though, is going to be the question for these stackables. So, Necro Commander, definitely. Mind Bond is not stackable, and they're definitely taking that. Caster's Bond, they're taking, and it's not stackable. And Soul Sculptor? Maybe they don't need Soul Sculptor, actually. I think it's helpful. Nah, fuck it. They can take Soul Sculptor. I think this is... Yeah, I think it makes them more unique to just a standard Necromancer. Okay. How much Necro Commander? Probably just like 3. I think 3 Necro Commander is fine. They don't need a ton. Yeah. They can command 3 creatures per turn without spending turn actions. Sure. Cast spell using the Resurrector I think probably 2 Soul Sculptor. So the amount of DR they can use is 10 plus. So if they spend 30 stamina on a Kindle feature, they can resurrect something with a DR of 40, up to 40. I think that's perfect.
Okay, in that case, how much DR did we put on this thing? Because I think it's going to be a lot.
2, 5, 8, 13, 15. So we're at 15 from just the spell arts. Necro Commander, 3 of them is 21. Mind Bond would put it to 24. Caster's Bond would put it to 28. And Soul Sculptor is going to put it to 36. That is a lot. I'm going to be honest. That's a lot of DR. But to be fair, this thing seems kind of strong. This is pretty powerful. I'm going to be real with you. Yeah. No, I think that having a summoner capable NPC is going to be just something that's very strong. How much DR did you sound like a nerd? You should feel bad. Thank you, Rix. What? 36 times 36. That's a lot of money. Yeah, they actually get way more money than even the apprentice mancers. Divide that by 8, so they're able to spend about 160 per piece, which is extraordinary but bad. Oh, whoops. So 40 RP, so essentially common on steroids, if even. Okay. 8 extraordinary pieces. We could stack a third Magus on there if we wanted to get a little frisky with it. 3 times 8, so 24. Probably drop it to 20 because they're extremely low in how much they could actually do that with. Like they're really on the much lower end of extraordinary. This would assume that they're all extraordinary. So, yeah, that works. I'm not a masochist. Yeah. 20 less stamina. Minimum cost of 1. I think that they do get pretty decent SHP and DHP out of this. I don't think that they need to be all that squishy. Because realistically, a lot of their stamina costs, they only need to pay like 1 time and then just to concentrate or focus for however long they have to. They're not looking to cast a bunch of spells at once. So that's 60, 60, and 60. I don't think we keep it split up like this. I think that their stamina amount is still higher, but we can do like 40, 40, 80. I'm sorry, 50, 50, 80. I'm done. Dumb. This is why the Kraken is so terrible. Resolve increases by a lot. Probably like, probably a lot, actually. Oh, let's give them spell cap. Let's give them spell cap. I know that this is kind of cheating, but like we're just giving them a free specialist talent, but they can have it. I did that in a lot of cases when it came to making kits and classes. Don't tell anybody. Spell cap is equal to its will score. That's fine. I feel like it just kind of needs it. We can give it a little bit of awareness. I don't think it needs a lot. You can have like 6 awareness, and we get 6 more points, probably per trail. Ah, thank you for the appeal. And the hug. Did I just say thank you for the appeal? Thank you for the spray. Son of a shit. Appeal is the commanding stat, generally. Yeah, I'm fine with that. Okay. That is a sum on Earth. Hypothetically. Pretty happy with this. We make the transmogrifier. And then we can go back to the Mavens. Finish off the Mavens, and then finally we can figure out how much DR Savant Magister is going to have, because dear God, I can only imagine it's going to be terrible. I have no idea what this thing's going to have, but it's going to be ridiculous and stupid is what it's going to be. I brought you into this world, I can take you out of it. Appeal is usually the commanding thing. I feel like you could put Summoner with something that has Mighty, which is such a funny idea. That's almost exactly, that's 101 DR on its own. A humanoid with just that would be 106 DR, which is so funny because they're powerful, don't get me wrong, but that's like lower like demigod level, and I don't think they're that strong. I don't think they're strong enough to be a lesser demigod. I mean, don't get me wrong, it is like literal babby demigodhood, like the lowest level of demigodhood that you could probably reach, but still there. Mighty would give them good stats. It would give them pretty decent stats. Good defenses. No, they're on the stronger side. They would definitely be on the stronger side, especially being able to resurrect like that. Yeah, they're not bad. Yeah. Level 400 IRL and they only consider me an aspect. This is some BS. Heard my bar joke with you, Rain, and Chirps? I want to say I feel like I have, but I don't remember it. So maybe I haven't. I do think that martialists are probably going to have to wait because we don't have items. We're going to want the core items, I think, before just handing them off to creatures, because martialists usually allow the ability to have an item as a drop or as an item that's a part of the creature's capabilities, but we need the core items to give them those. So I don't know if we're going to do that immediately, honestly. I do think that the transmogrifiers are going to get engineering, because engineering is generally the secondary for a transformation caster, because it requires you to have systematic knowledge of what you're transforming, generally. They don't need evocation, they don't need illusion. Enchantment, absolutely. Array, alteration,
Ori,
and wake.
Rain, and Chirps walk into a bar. Ori orders a glass of water. Rain is offended. Rain orders an ice cream. Chirps is offended. Chirps orders a masochist.
God damn it, Forager. Transmogrifier is probably gonna get a spell cap equal to its will score, I'd assume. Yeah, I think that they're gonna have access to that. God damn it, why did you clip that, you son of a bitch? Fuck! Ay, chat, why do you do this to me? Time to go copy over the transformation spells. Let's go grab them. Heavy spells is interesting. They're not getting true form. They're definitely not getting true form. True form is just way too complicated to put on a creature. It's basically free and also barely makes any sense. They can approximately suck it. Taking true form out of the way, they get polymorph, I think. I do think that they get polymorph. 2 points in favor on test made to modify a creature senses, location, and physical form. Yeah, I think that makes sense. When a spell you cast would forcibly move an object or creature, you may have it move an additional 4 meters per second. Yeah, I can see that. Shrinking and enlarge? Yeah. I don't think it needs 100-handed. 1 additional time per turn, you can command an item or creature suspended by a spell you cast without spending turn actions. I don't think that needs to, that's more of a kinetic telekinesis thing, which is fine, but I just don't think it's, oh, you know what, actually, Sprightly is kind of the same way. Yeah, this is not necessarily for the transmogrifier. I think it's more about changing things and less about telekinesis. We could make a telekinesis mage, but I don't think, I think we're just getting a little bit too much into the woodworks here. Don't fucking, no, stop, no. Do not trade masochism for leprechaun. They're all false. Stop it. When you cast a spell using Reshape Creature feature, you may choose a creature that you sense you can vividly imagine. Creatures targeted with this effect transform into the creature you imagine, given so within the spell's size limitations. This requires a stack of the Reshape Creature feature for every 3 DR of difference. Any damage taken continues to the new form, and the creature reverts if it is reduced to 0 or less DHP. Okay. Does that not literally prove the punchline? I don't care if it does. The point is that I'm not. That's all that matters here. Thank you for going to my TED Talk. And polymorph. So they're gonna get heavy spells, which does not stack. Shrink and enlarge, which does not stack. Oh, this is amazing. And polymorph, which does not stack. We're doing great today. These guys actually are not going to be that high of level. I was not expecting this, actually. Should we give them the wizard ability to just double their spell cap? I mean, they're transformation mage, so they're probably going to cast some pretty thicky boy spells. Their spells are fucking expensive. Transformation has very, very expensive spells, and this is what? 4 extra talent points? Sure. I mean, nothing else has it, so something might as well. Spell cap is equal to double its will score. Okay, so we have a crazy high spell cap creature. I mean, you can just give it Archmage. There are creatures that just have Archmage anyways, so. These ads are growing more annoying. Oh no. Oh no. I'm sorry, guys. 2, 5, 10, 15. So we're at 19 with just those. And then 2, 5, 9. 28 is a little higher than I expected it to be, but that's actually not that bad. I would say that's not very bad, personally. 25 and 3. Maybe 6 and 2. I have been really relying on the 6s and 2s, but I'm pretty okay with it, frankly. 20 resolve, 6 engineering, 2 portrayal. That sounds like a transmogrifier to me, personally. This is also one that I feel like the stamina doesn't need to go up that high. Maybe the stamina should go up pretty high. 140? 80, and then that leaves 30 and 30? Let's shed a little bit to make the DHP just a little. No, I think that's perfect, actually. No, they need to get more health pools. Sure, yeah. Let's do 30, 40, 70. I think that's fine. And with that, what is their spell cap or spell discount going to look like? I think it's going to be the same as these guys. 24 and 28 are similar enough that they can just have a 16 stamina discount. Yeah, they can have 18. There you go. They're slightly higher DR. Items don't perfectly balance out that way, and they're a little bit awkward with how that works, so we could just vibe code it a little bit.
MRVN_7274 gifted a tier 1 subscription to Ashton
Marvin, you
P.
are exceptionally generous today. Thank you so much. Another one for the board. Marvin's getting a lot of street cred on the board. Both from Marvin. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. New badge. Let's go. Oh, whoops. That time I did break my lights. Hold on. Marvin W. Marvin W indeed. Fixed it. Oh. Timer this. Extra time for the time gods. Time for the time gods. What is that? Why is that actually like kind of funny? I don't know why, but I find that kind of appealing. No more ads for Forager and Ashton. 6-month Oreo, let's go. It's honestly one of my favorite Oreos there. It's honestly one of my favorite Oreos. I really like it. Bingo bongo. Okay. This is cool. I really like having like such a variance in how these creatures function. This is really exciting to me. Okay, so how are these pyromancers gonna absolutely break everything? Whoops. I didn't know you could do that. Yes, please page break in the middle of the Maven Pyromancer. That's what I was really hoping for. Gosh dang it. Is that how that works? Control question mark? That's neat. You can make superscript and subscript with...
Yet.
Chat, I did not know that. That's so cool. I will probably never use that in my life, but it's so cool to know that now. They are definitely going to get... I think they're going to get more stacks of Tenacious Embers. For these guys. And I think... Unquenchable and Phantom Flames. I think they're going to take. Oh, and Thermal... Oh, they're taking all of this. Oh, shit. Yeah, they're getting the entire Study of Flame, I think. They're getting literally all of it. These guys are going to be strong. Thermal Bore. Yeah. Inferno. They're going to get some amount of Blazing Inspiration, which was more than the original. Inferno, we already gave them Tenacious Embers, probably at least 2. Unquenchable. Yeah. I feel like Unquenchable's a little bit of an awkward one because there's 2 separate effects in Study of Flame that make it harder for your spells to get dispelled. But I think that's the point and philosophy of fire in Magic. Like when it comes to spell casting in Utopia, the philosophy of fire is basically immortality, right? Like your spells should never end. The flame always burns further somewhere. It always spreads. We could go without Phantom Flames, but I feel like Phantom Flames is just a really neat capability of Pyromancers. It only needs 1, though. Eternal Flame, exactly. Control Shift 5 is Strike 3, yeah. Oh, it's Alt Shift. No, it's Alt Shift. Yeah. I am pretty okay with this, frankly. I don't think that they really need much more. They might actually not be as much stronger as I once expect them to be. Haha, get face egged, Lamau. Kinky? Anyways. They also get Thermal Bore, so of course the Maven Pyromancer can ignore immunities. Oh god. Oh god. Okay, so we have big boy costs now. 2 + 2 + 3 + 4. Did they get Ritual? Do the Mavens get yeah, the Mavens get Ritual. Oh, I forgot. They also are going to get Pseudo Slumber. Do they get Pseudo Slumber? Or do they get... Will's Core. Will's Score. There we go. Which costs another 4 talent points right there. I need to undo this. I'm gonna... Thermal Vor? What does that mean? What does that mean? First of all, don't Vor in my chat. Second of all, what does that mean? Oh dear God. Do they take pseudo slumber? I don't know if we give them pseudo slumber. I think pseudo slumber might be a bit much. It's not only a bit much, but it's also just really awkward to explain what that means. I think they just take their doubled spell cap and call it a day, honestly. They don't need anything from Bard. They don't need anything from Warlock. They don't need anything from Artisan. Yeah, I think they're fine. Oh, but you know what? What's the wizard spec talent? Hi, waits for my sleeping bag on the floor. Hi, Ori, I just woke up. Hi, how are you? What the fuck did you make us smell? Mud creatures? Yes. Ashton, what did we just say? Don't vor in my chat needs a bingo? I forgot about that. Fuck. Oh no, it doesn't have one. You're right, it does need one. There will come a day where we just add more bingos. The observation of vor via thermal camera. I think we're exiting the world of kinky and entering the world of why. Like, not in like a judgmental way, but in just genuine curiosity. Why? I don't think they need Spellbender. I think Spellbender is cool, but I think this is just another one of those things that's just not worth keeping track of on a creature. Not in a generic sense. I think they're fine with this. Like I said, they can be content with their double will score. It's voyeurism for snake people. It's voyeurism for snake people. No, it's voyeurism for elementals, I would say. You questioning the depth of my vor knowledge, Mr. I would smash the Thunderbird? Yes. Okay. So we're at 13 with arch only. Thermal bore will put it to 15. How much blazing inspiration do they get? We put 3 on the last one, so let's put at least 6, I would say. I think 6 is fair. Yeah, so they can have 18, so a total of 21. And 6 would be 12. There we go.
At Ashton PYR
Phoenix
Serial.
Thunderbird. What's the ice equivalent? Articuno. Mention. Oh, fuck. Yeah, no, Kinky is one too. Okay, are we doing this now? I guess we're doing this now. You guys caused this. Chat. Oh, that's a side quest. Can I have a moderator put side quest? Because this is absolutely a fucking side quest. Don't vor in my chat. What else was it? Oh, Kinky. Cereal, no! Okay, I've added both of those. Time to add to the bongo. We have side quested bongo lovers. And of course... Oh, the vor has not been added yet. I hate everything I say always. What was I at? That was with Blazing Inspiration. I'm gonna have to recalculate all this. Okay. I'm not distracted, by the way, if you were curious. Let's see why I mark off distracted. Shh. It's fine. It's fine. I didn't lose shit. 2, 4, 7, 12, 14, 15, 16. We're 16 up to thermal bore. Oh yeah, this was actually done wrong. Hold on, right? 2, 4, 7, 12, 14, and then thermal bore is 16. Yeah, we're up to 16 already. And then we take Blazing Inspiration, 6 stacks, which will be 18.
Is what you said.
No. It only costs 12. It costs 12. So 28. So 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 21 total. We're at, it's 28. I lied. Right? Because for 18 discount, you need 12 talent points. Yes, that is. It's 2/3. Yep. Yeah, 6th place and it's 12. Yep, that's it. So 28. 28 is correct up to Blazing Inspiration. Inferno is 3 more. So that. Tenacious. 2 Tenacious is 6, so we're at 37. Unquenchable is 4, so that's up to 41. And then 1 Phantoplane is up to 45. And then Spellcap doubling is 4. That's whatever it's called. 49. Honestly, we gave it a free specialist talent, so let's just put it up to 50. Let's get happy numbers. We were cheating already with giving it enlightened. So, or in tune rather. Oh, the double will score was already a specialist talent, wasn't it? So it should be quadruple its will score if we wanted to go really crazy with it, but we won't worry about that. Yeah, that's fine. You can have the double will score. Call it a day. Did the Ritualist have... Not Ritualist. Summoner? No. They can all suck it. Maybe the Ritualist does, actually. Oh, that's a good point. Maybe the Ritualist has quad will score. Ritualist basically says, if you're willing to spend an hour, you get to cast the biggest fuck you spells in existence. Would increase its DR by at least 4? Probably closer to 6. Sure. There's no other way to get a 4x will score, so I think this is good. I personally think this is a good idea. We'll 18 stamina discount instead. It gets 6 DR, so 30 more of... Yeah, we just increase everything by 10. So 60, 30, 40. We need 6 more points of stuff. 4 and 2. Yeah, that's fine. That did everything. That was its items, its money, its talent points, its subtraits, and everything. Yeah, it's perfect. Okay, so Ritualist now gets 4x its will score. Okay, so Maven Pyromancer is a 50 DR. That's so much, dude. But I love that there's... Okay. Dino, I have stuff to show you. Pyromancer did their split basically like 2-3-7. Yeah. So it's basically that doubled, actually, funny enough. 40, 60, 150. However, this is still a very, very squishy creature for what it's capable of, and it gets hella discounts. So we're going to drop this by 30 and add 15 to these, I think. 75 and 55, and then round them out a little bit better. So we're going to do the 60 and 70, and then add whatever's remaining, because that was not enough. 250 minus 120 minus 70 minus 60. We have... Oh, no, that was exactly enough, actually. Okay, your SHP goes down just a smidge. We'll put that back into your stamina. Resolve increases by, like, at least 30. 36? So we get 14 points left. 8 per trail. 10 per trail. And then 4 appeal. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's good. Show me immediately, lest I melt into a puddle of radioactive sludge. Oh, but of course. So we did utility classes, which, unsurprisingly, is basically just all the crafting classes. So we have now, because they all have to be different, because you can only have one utility class, we have to pre-build the combinations of talents. So for roughly, for almost 10 DR, for 9 DR, you can make them capable of building all vehicles or all structures, Honestly, there was a world where we broke it up to the primitive implements and the normal implements and yada yada, the advanced implements. I think for creatures, it's just not worth it. Look, they can just build buildings and they can build wheel boxes or they can't. Call it a day. There are two types of Golemitris because of constructs versus non-constructs. So you have a geneticist, which is capable of building biological creatures, and then you have a roboticist, which is capable of building constructs. Those are actually X values. We also get slash values, which is normally only in quirks and stuff, but now we have it in not quirks and stuff, with the ability to craft all the way up to mythical. By the way, crafting mythical is 25 DR, which is disgusting. What if I built a robot geneticist? Well, that would be probably a mastercraft. Mastercraft is capable of both. In fact, Mastercraft is capable of everything that we've stated here for 60 DR. Engineer also is kind of like a weird middle point. You get some of a little bit of each thing. They can craft structures and vehicles and up to either extraordinary or rare. And they can do that without a tool station. Mastercraft is like, nah, they can build up to mythical and they can do fucking everything. Including building creatures up to their own DR of any variety. Which is at least 60. So they can build a lot. This is a lot of value in a creature, may I say. This is a metric shit ton of value in a creature. I can only make robots. Fortunately, this robot I made can make humans. Oh, fuck, they could do that, couldn't they? Oh, no. The world is a funny place. What if I built... Oh, I understand. What if I built a robot geneticist? I understand. Yes, you could do that. You can do that. And those humans cast gay fireball. So you're telling me that you built an assembly line for gay fireball casters? You built the twink assembly line. You just have a robot that just pumps out twinks. Anyways, I'm fine. Anyways, after that, after utility, we got to the arcane classes. Now you have the 3 elemental casters in both their apprentice form and their maven form. Mavens are kind of fucking bonkers, actually. They're pretty insane, from what we can tell so far. How much spell discount did they get? I think it's roughly a shit ton. Yeah, no, it's gonna be a lot. Holy hell. So 50 times 50 divided by 8, 312. So that's about extraordinary and then some. It's a little more than extraordinary, but they just barely can't fit it. Ugh. Then we just optimize a little. So that's 8 times 3 and 30. Yeah, 30's fine. 8 times 3 is not 30, but we're rounding up to 30 to give them a little bit of extra optimization on the items. So the Maven for Pyromancer gets every single study of heat, and Tenacious Embers they get twice. They can cast Evocation, Enchantment, Array, Wake, and they get Ritual tacked on the end. They get a Resolve bonus of 36, and their spell cap is double will score. They get 30 stamina discount and 21 additional stamina discount, so 51 total if they're casting only a heat spell, minimum of 0. They're pretty bonkers, honestly. For 50 DR, this is a really cool creature. I mean, it's 50 DR. It's almost, you're almost getting Mighty, right? Like, Mighty gives you 9 turn actions and 3 interrupt actions. So you're trading that out for casting really big fire. But I like this. This is a very powerful Pyromancer. I think that's fucking neat. And now we just do that for Cryomancers. And then Electromancers. This all has to change, but ultimately I think we're kind of in the same boat. Because all of the other numbies can be the same. We will change its SHP, DHP, and stamina, though.
Is it cereal time?
Cereal time, chat. And this will be Fortitude and Engineering instead. Okay. Stick this bitch on top of a plane and cast everyone in 500 meter radius dies. Yes. I said Articuno for Icebird. Which was kind of a moot answer, I'm gonna be real with you. I just remember Rick saying surreal. We're just gonna do this, chat. Do they need multiple cold repose? Yes, they can have multiple cold repose. They can cold repose multiple times in a turn. Pay us your stamina, silly cryomancers. You goofy goobers. How goofy can one goob get? Okay, so they're going to be taking Freezer Burn. Absolutely. Freezer Burn is basically free, dude. Frigid Inspiration they already have. Bitter Cold. Bitter Cold and Cold Repose. Which is 2 points in disfavor on tests made to resist non-damage effects. And prevent dispelling up to twice per spell. Complex crystals, they are absolutely taking. So they can make components up to extraordinary. And Glacial Edge. They can take just one Glacial Edge. There's a world where they take more, but I think they survive just fine with only one Glacial Edge. Roughly 70 SHP. 40 DHP and 140 stamina. That's actually a pretty good spread. I like this so far, but let's add a little bit more into them. That's 250 minus 70 minus 40 minus 140. Oh, these actually add up to 25, funny enough. So these are actually a little bit too high, the apprentice ones. We can just round off the 5s. Lamau. Good enough for me. Something else got ticked, but from my bongo, and I still don't have a bongo. Still one away. This is so terrible. Off for the night. Have a good one, y'all. I appreciate you, Marvin. Thank you so much, buddy. I appreciate you being here. And then we just need the Maven Electromancer. Whack. We know it's plus 50 DR, so we can just do the thingy right now. Be 40. 40 and 160, which does not actually add to the thingy. Yeah, you can have a little bit more SHP this time. And instead of fortitude, it will be speed. Oh my god, the Maven Electromancers actually get like crazy. Like those are not okay. So the Cryomancer gets 10 Fortitude and 4 Engineering. It's not bad, but it's not something they especially need, I would say. Like, it doesn't necessarily help them in their casting. It's just good rounding. Maven Pyromancers get Portrayal and Appeal, which is good. Again, it's not, like, super big in what they're doing. But Maven Electromancers just get 10 Speed and 4 Stunt. That's so strong for a caster, dude. That is so powerful for a caster. That's crazy. Whoops. Also, by the way, instead of
bongos I'm 2 away from.
Instead of 21 stamina, it's 24 less stamina? Yes. $24 less stamina. Yep. Is that really it? Oh, that's because this one's wrong. This one should also be 12. Yeah, their discount just technically isn't as good in the apprentice stage. Interesting. I mean, fair enough. They're pretty fucking bonkers. I'm gonna be real with you. I have 1 bongo and I'm 3 away and 4 away. What? Oh, 4 you're 1 away from. I understand. Sorry, bitch. This mage is fast. Anyway, 5d100 instant energy and chance your robot friend beside you. I love that so much. It's so funny, dude. I just love the idea of a Zephyr mage against a summoner is so funny, especially because they in fact have all of these. Let's go ahead and take all of those. Maven Electromancer. So they take Sharp Sound. Ignore energy immunities. Oh my god, it takes so much for them to ignore immunity. I forgot. Not Maelstrom Inspiration. Thunderous. They have to spend at least half of their spell cap. You know what? Hold on. Let's move that around. Let's move that around. We're going to make this a little bit easier on them. No, I don't think we are, actually. I don't think we are. I could. Because what I was going to say is it could be if the cost of the spell before discounts is over half of your spell cap. But I think at the end of the day, this kind of fits in the philosophy of a Zephyr Mage. You want to spend everything at once. You want to make them die right now. And energy immunity should just be useful, in my opinion. It's harder for Zephyr Mages to pierce their respective immunity. And energy defense and immunity should be the most useful or the most common elemental damage type. So, I'm pretty okay with this. I do see a world where it is... Yeah, no, it's really incentivizing Zephyr Mages to just do the all or nothing. But let's be real, that's what Zephyr Mages were gonna do. So... Okay. You do a lot of damage at once. We're all extremely surprised. Fucking kill me. Thunderous is, when you use Instant Elemental, you may add an additional die of similar type. Yep. Only ever roll D100s, of course. Electrostatic. If somebody would dispel it, that's fine, but now you're the target of it. For 4 additional turns. Burst Salvo. When you cast a spell, you may choose to pay an amount of SHP equal to half the stamina cost of the spell after discounts, rounded down. Costs paid this way are not considered part of the cost of the spell. If you do, you may treat your spell cap as if it was doubled. If you do not have a spell cap, instead the spell gains an additional stack of each feature. Gross. So basically, you pay in SHP, you pay in blood, and the spell just gets double cap. Neat. And Chain Lightning, which is funny. More targets of this effect, the number of additional targets of this effect increases by 1. When you cast a spell that targets a single object or creature, 10 stamina, target an additional valid object or creature within 5 meters from the most recent target of this effect. Stamina paid this way is not considered a cost of the spell. I love Chain Lightning. Chain Lightning is so funny. Yes, I would like more spell per spell, please. Fuck me. Well, that's our Maven Electromancer. Dude, Electromancers are kind of fucking terrifying. How do you get pay in blood
But I have
from
no ideas
core?
personally.
Do you have core item ideas for me? Remember that thing I wanted to do and I wanted to work on it? Oh, interesting. Interesting. How do you get pay in blood from core? I love this. Is that from Llamas with Hats, by chance? If it is, it's gonna be really funny. Isn't Prodigy Electromancer and Electrostatic almost the same? Ooh, that's a good question. What does Prodigy Electromancer do? If a spell that casts only energy damage would deal no damage in a turn, you may choose an applicable target within 2 meters of the original target. Your target is dealt half the spell's original damage instead. If a target successfully dealt damage this way, the spell is not negated due to not having applicable targets. It's kind of a mixture of things, because Electrostatic says they become the target, but for up to 2 turns. This says you deal half damage, and the spell continues, but on its original target, for whatever duration it had. No, I would say that Prodigy Electromancer
That
is...
does sound like something Paul would say, though.
Oh, it's Doofenshmirtz. That's so much better. Damn it. I think that this is just substantially better. So basically, what Prodigy Electromancer is saying is that if your spell would deal 0 damage for some reason, this is kind of more in line with what heat damage is trying to do, but I see this still working. If your spell would deal 0 damage, it attempts to hit something at half power within 2 meters. If it succeeds in doing that, then the original thing stays. And this goes on forever. Continuously for the rest of the spell's duration. As long as there's an applicable target that can keep it charged, it will continue forever. Electrostatic says the spell moves to you for a maximum of some number of turns. Hey, what's up, Seiji? Welcome in. I did not know study. This is so fucking bonkers for studied Electromancer. That means that if you had studied Electromancer and studied Cryomancer, you could just have them lose a turn action and an interrupt action. Always. They just get one interrupt and one... Oh my god, if they're dazed, they just don't get interrupt actions. Oh god, that's so bad. We're working on the Adventures Guide right now, which is the first vertical expansion for Utopia. There's something I need to add. There's something I need to add. There's something I need to add. Oh my goodness, I need to remember this. Oh yes, I love that you were the exact same color. For each damage type, you can only take... A damage can only trigger once at the beginning of the turn. The highest amount is dealt. So this is actually a really important mechanic that's going to be introduced, I think. And that is, if you were to take damage over time from multiple effects. So this includes multiple spells. This is even if you're taking heat damage from a spell and then you walk into lava, they do not stack with each other. You only get one damaging beginning of turn effect at a time, given you take the highest damage option. So, yeah, the single DOT per person rule except for acid damage because fuck you, yeah. So they can only trigger once and you only take the highest. Thank you so much, Seiji. I appreciate you. Speaking a language I don't understand. That's completely understand, and I apologize. Thank you so much for the lurk, buddy. I appreciate you. Yeah. Okay. So, if you cast 2 spells at once, like if you cast 2 lingering spells, only one of them are actually going to proc. Actually, I'm going to make a call, Ori. The darkness is calling me and I need my phone to see if, I need to phone a friend. See you later. Understandable, Seiji. I appreciate the heck out of you. Okay. We only have... Oh. We only have the big boy left, chat. We only have the big boy. This is the Mystic on steroids. If I remember correctly, the Mystic is the one that just does everything, except this one's gonna do everything plus. Oh, the Mystics of Baby! What? Wait, was there deadass not in everything? There wasn't an everything caster? Oh my god, we're going to break this. This is terrible. Yeah, no, we're on to the Savant Magister, which is going to be thick. This is going to be a thicky boy. Oh, we're gonna make life hell. Okay. This is gonna be terrible. Okay, evocation, enchantment, illusion, array, divination, necromancy, wake, alteration, and ritual. Okay, so it has the everything so far. Oh, what do we give this, dude? There's so much to give this. I don't even know where to start. We give it pseudo slumber. We absolutely give it pseudo slumber. Oh my god, it's discounts. I forgot about its discounts.
Gotta do 4x will.
Holy shit. No, it's gonna have Archmage. It's absolutely gonna have Archmage. Spells cost 1 less turn action instead. Oh, okay, cool. I forgot about that, dude. I fucking forgot about that. Like, radical, dude. This creature can concentrate on 2 tasks simultaneously. And can block. Can take the attack, block. While concentrating. It can take the block or dodge action, attack, and cast spells. So it has intense concentration, and it can concentrate on 2 things. We give it pseudo slumber because pseudo slumber. Which is how do we it's not a strategy, it's a discipline. So do we just put discipline? Have we done this before? Kits. I think we did in kits, right? Strategy. Oh, well, I hope so, because I don't say. Oh, wait, do we do it in this? Discipline. Okay, yeah, we just called it a discipline. It really doesn't need to be that exact, but I'm just picky. And then this creature does not have a spell cap. Spells it casts cost less stamina. Cost question mark less stamina, minimum cost of 1, and require 2 turn actions instead of 3. May I say that these question marks are also going to be bolstered by Enlightened and In Tune, because that's half of its mind score and half of its soul score, which it doesn't have, but we're just going to come up with a generic amount. Holy shit, dude, this thing's going to be freaking powerful. Yeezums. So here's another question. Do we give it, like, the abilities that these other ones have? Like, you know what I think we do? You know what I think we do?
Also know it's equal to kind and soul.
It's equal? Who the fuck made this game? Jesus Christ, dude. Okay, fine. You know what I think we do? I think we take all of the ones that don't require a specific damage type. Welcome to Archmage. Yo, what's up, Voids? So it can't use illusions. I've read the wording in the art and it can do fucking wild shit. Oh, yes, it can. Yes, it can. Illusion is slept on, dude. Illusion is so slept on. Do we give it unquenchable? Oh no, dude, this thing's gonna be so hard to deal with. Inferno, Bitter Cold, Thunderous. I think we give it, do we give it the cast functions? Where it makes it harder to dispel? We might just give it unquenchable, honestly. I don't think it needs anything other than that. DR80 creature could have a plot device, I think. Probably.
If we give it unquenchable, we leave the other dispels, methinks.
Yeah. I think unquenchable is enough. It's just too much to keep track of, honestly. We could give it complex crystals, but I don't know if it needs it, honestly. It could take Glacial Edge. I think it does take Chain Lightning, honestly. Burst Salvo would be so funny, but it's so hard to keep track of. Like, if you're using a core spell, Burst Salvo basically does nothing. Or it does something, but it's just going to be impossible to figure out what it is. Okay, let's start with these. It's going to take the second ability. So, Thunderous. It's going to take Bitter Cold. Yeah. And it's going to take Inferno. Inferno, Bitter Cold. And Thunderous. So all of those get additional effects. It's going to take Unquenchable to prevent things from dispelling it ever, because it's not going to lose that will test, I would assume. It doesn't need Phantom Flame, but it will take... I think I could see it taking Glacial Edge. It could take a few Glacial Edges, I think. Just a better imbuement status. Yeah, I think it takes Complex Crystals and Glacial Edge, honestly. Like 3x Glacial Edge, so it can split it up against 4. And then finally, Chain Lightning, which I think it should take a few of. Probably like 3 Chain Lightnings, I would say. So it can target 4 creatures total. Unquenchable, heads or tails. Says reverse engineer every core spell without looking at the spellcraft pages because I spend more time on this game than most people spend in their full-time jobs.
Or,
Chain Lightning's
if
supposed to
GM
work with every
allows,
spell like it was an alternative
just
way.
turning invisible
Yes.
for the first time is gonna seriously screw with hand-eye coordination, and make standing up, let alone walking, nearly impossible.
Yes. So a lot of the effects of like Study of Flame, Study of Zephyr, and stuff like that, there's actually not a ton of effects that require you to do their damage type. Again, the Study is more, being invisible should just make you blind. It should. And there's a thematic reason why it doesn't. The studies are about the philosophy more than they are about dealing their damage type. Don't get me wrong, you're incentivized to do their damage type because of some of the effects in there, but a lot of the effects are just about their philosophy. So it's about doing, for Zephyr, it's about doing as much damage as possible, getting more value for more effect. Heat is about making it last longer, the eternal flame. Chill is about being utility focused, about being defensive, about being responsive. So you can do all those things. For instance, as well, Glacial Edge does not require that you use chill damage. It just allows you to imbue multiple times. So yeah, this is actually perfect for this type of caster. They aren't actually required to pick a damage type. They can use all of these effects without a specific damage type in mind. Which is fucking gross, may I say. That's so gross, dude. They're getting Polymorph. And fuck it, they're also getting heavy spells, which is perfect for them. They could take Shrink and Enlarge, but I don't think they really need it as bad. They don't need Necro Commander. But I think they do take Mind Bond and Caster's Bond. Yeah, because it allows them to... I think they just need Caster's Bond. Yeah, they just need Caster's Bond, I think. That's all they need from summoning, that I can imagine. I should say, when it comes to silence and invisibility, just so you know, invisibility still has the problem, like, for instance, this is a very broad example, but if it's raining, you can see your silhouette, you know? If you touch a tree or if you touch grass, you are going to leave footsteps. You're going to modify the world around you, and silence only prevents you from making sound. So when your pants rub together, it doesn't make a sound, but if you push a tree, it's going to make creaking sounds against itself still. So it doesn't make you just completely untraceable to be silent and invisible. It just makes you personally a lot more difficult to figure out. People can usually get a general sense of where you are if they're paying really close attention, because you're basically just a disturbance in the world around you at that point. I think, they might take Shrink and Enlarge, actually, honestly. I could actually see them using this. Actually, they might get the part from summoning, not summoning, transformation, that the other ones didn't. Yeah, I think they get Sprightly, actually, funny enough. My pants make a sound when they rub together. Oh, no, wait, that's my partner. Really funny idea. If a silent person pushes a tree and no one is around to hear it, does it even make a sound? Fuck. I think they take Sprightly. Yeah, I think they take Sprightly. Mind Bond and Caster Bond. I think that they could take... Yeah, they only need Caster's Bond. Caster's Bond is enough. They can cast spells if they were located on a creature. I feel like I used that twice by accident. I feel like I almost gave Warlocks that ability. Sprightly. And it was right after heavy spells. So gross, dude. The 3x Sprightly? Do we want to give them fucking Spellbender? Oh, you're right, you're right. You're right. Yep. Let's call it Discipline Specialist Challenge, right? Yeah. Okay. I think this is about as far as we're gonna get, dude. I think that this is a lot. I think that we've already put a lot on them. I don't know how much more we can give them realistically. They are really just omnipotent spellcasters. Sprightly is, yes, it is stackable. It's a low tier stackable. Okay. let's do some math. Let's see where we're at. So, we have Evocation, Enchantment, and Illusion, which is 6. Array, Divination, and Necromancy, which is 9. We have Wake and Alteration, which is 10. We have Ritual, which is 2. Concentrate on 2 tasks simultaneously is 2. While concentrating, it has intense concentration. I'm going to charge it 2 DR for that. Okay. Pseudo Slumber is 4 from Wizard. Hold on, did I charge it twice? Son of a bitch, I lost. 6 plus 9 plus 10 plus 2 plus 2. Okay, no, it was at 29. Good. Oh, but then it also took the Wizard ability. Okay. Plus Pseudo Slumber. Plus, we do have that last Wizard ability because it does actually take less spells. Or less turn actions. Oh, we're already at 41. Oh my god. Okay. Spellbender is a spec talent. We're going to charge 3 for that arbitrarily. Inferno is a mid-tier? Yes, mid-tier, and I believe Unquenchable is? Shit. Inferno, Unquenchable is high. Okay. So, we have Inferno is 2, I'm sorry, no. Inferno is 3, Unquenchable is 4. Bitter Cold is 3, Complex Crystals is 4, 3x Glacial Edge is 12. Thunderous is 3. Chain Lightning, 3 Chain Lightnings is 12. Caster's Bond is, Caster's Bond is high tier? I'm nearly positive, I'll check. Yes, it is high tier. No Wizard's Wits? Oh, fuck, you should totally have Wizard's Wits. Damn it. Then 2 interrupt actions. Cast a spell. Pay an amount of stamina. Oh, yeah, I see why it's written this way. And an amount of stamina to cast a spell. Amount of stamina is equal to the spell's cost after discounts. Okay, so it does have Wizard's Wits, which we will add now before I forget. Oh fuck, what were we on? We were on Caster's Bond, which I have not added yet. Wizard's Wits is 4? 4. Caster's Bond is 4. Heavy Spells is 2. Sprightly is 2, but there's 3 of them, so that's 6. Polymorph is 4. Wow. 105 on the dot. Woo! Wowzers. That's not even including giving them Archmage, but honestly, I honestly think they just earned Archmage at this point. Classes are allowed to be a little bit fucky with how they manage that, and you know what? It's fine. They're so spread out. I don't think it needs Plot Device. I don't think it needs Plot Device. It already has Pseudo Slumber, by the way, so it can already kind of do that a little bit. Oh, I can't even imagine what its will score is. So, assumingly, I think that's going to get a probably roughly 60 stamina discount. This is being nice. This is being quite generous. I think that it should be higher than that realistically, because it gets a stamina discount equal to its mind score, its soul score, plus whatever items we give it. Liches are AG2. Liches are much stronger than this. Well, I mean, Liches probably have this and then. Liches are in the greater magics. They have to be in order to function. Oh my god, they get so much stuff, dude. Holy shit. Items. Items. This is funny. Whoops. No, way more than that. Nope, less than that. They get to spend 1,400 silver pieces per item. That's almost a legendary. What makes liches have to be an AG2? Phylacteries. Phylacteries specifically. Notice the south wind is the storm wind. Oh. Huh. Duly noted. Interesting. Okay. How do we just put that all into stamina discount? Because I'm kind of tempted to, honestly. Phylactery. Oh, already got to it. That's actually kind of funny. Does that all just go to spell discount? I mean, do we give them defenses? Fuck it, we can give them an immunity. We can give them one immunity, and then the rest into like spell discounts, I guess. No, it's probably not a good idea to give it an immunity. I was going to say immunity to physical damage, but that's really not a good idea for them. Because like I said, there's a lot of other places where they can get immunities. Immunity should not be built into the caster, in my opinion. Psyche immunity was an option as well, but I kind of nixed myself on that. I don't think it's a good idea. I think we should put it into discounts, dude. I think we should put it into discounts, honestly. How much is this? 1,400? How much mages can you put on that? I think that's legendary, which is... that would be rare. Wait, hold on. 1,380 divided by... is it only 8 for rare? No, it's 16 for legendary. Hold on. 110 stamina times 8. So it is 16 for legendary. Oh, it's just not quite able to get to legendary. So we're going to do what rare can do. And then some. I think is what we're going to do. So let's do 8 per item. So 8, so 60. I see a 64 stamina discount. We're just going to round down a little bit. We're going to give it 120 stamina discount. We don't know what its mind or soul score is, so this is rough. This is roughly it. I think we do 100 just to make it easier on people, realistically. Like, this is kind of depowering it a little bit, but we can unoptimize an item very easily to make this correct. And again, we just don't know what its mind or soul score is. And this is just a very easy number to use when you're trying to pilot this thing as a GM. But Jesus Christ, dude. Holy hell. My God. And they get 525 stats to go around. That's 325, 425. We still have 100 points to put around. Oh, well, in that case, we just do that. Insane. Insane. 100 minimum 0. It's actually 100 minimum 1, unless we give them pyromancy or cryomancy. Because the only reason I don't want to do that is because we just have to put in that whole clause that says, oh, it costs 3 stamina less specifically for heat or chill spells, and then it's a minimum 0. Oh, is Archmage min 0? No fucking way. god, I forgot. It can use Archmage. It can use SHP when using the perpetual feature. I forgot. Oh, you're talking about Enlightened. Oh, I understand. You're talking about Intune and Enlightened. Oh, yeah, you're right. Archmage says that you can pay with SHP instead of DHP for the perpetual feature. That's so fucked. That's so fucking gross, dude. These guys are nasty. 70 resolve, I guess. Awareness probably is going to increase by like 20 at least. Maybe 30. That's already 100 of it. Let's actually drop resolve down to 60, awareness to 30. We have 15 points left. Portrayal. What 3 do we want to use? Portrayal, speed, and engineering? Because I think that's what these ones use. Speed was the main for that. Fortitude. Fortitude was it. Each increased by 5. So resolve by 60, awareness by 30, fortitude, portrayal, and speed each by 5. Total Archmage discount equal to their DR. Oh, Jesus Christ, dude, that's crazy. These guys are fucked up. These guys are pretty fucked up, dude. They're spread out. I will say that the Magister, one thing about the Savant Magister is that they are quite spread out. So they're probably not as powerful as like a 100 DR worth of Pyromancer would be. Actually, they probably are. They are. I mean, they just get Archmage. They just get so much value. They get so much value, dude. It's crazy. Gross as fuck. Gross as fuck. Yeah, for focus and concentration tests. Also, it does make the will test whenever somebody tries to dispel it, which is really funny because if it's concentrating, it has to anyways. And if it fails that, it just tries again. So, if it's concentrating on something, then you have to make that will contest against it. And even if you like coin flipped against it, it gets to do it again with unquenchable afterwards. Like Savant Magister, I think Savant Magisters, okay, there's an interesting thing about naming convention that I do personally when it comes to Mirror Myth terminology. If you imagine the rarity scaling from crude all the way to ascendant, this rarity scaling is something that I use simply coin flip again. When it comes to the rarity scaling, I use it in a lot of things, right? Like this is just scalings of power. Like, creatures also come in crude, common, extraordinary, and yada yada, just not on the paper, right? That's just something that I use in my personal writing, in everything that I do. Usually, this is just some form of power scaling. Ascendant being, listen, we stop keeping track at a certain point, right? Ascendant is we're beyond divine level. We're either divine or higher. It becomes fruitless or not very fruitful to keep track at that point, is what Ascendant is saying. But with that in mind, when it comes to the way that things are named, usually the way that it works is that crude items are given very basic names, very rarely even 2 words, 1 to 2 words. They don't get descriptors. It's just a term. Club, bludgeon, shank. You know what I mean? As as you go up, you start adding more grandiose terms. Common still is usually one-word terms and doesn't get descriptors, but it's usually something that just sounds stronger. Halberd, short bow, long bow, you know, whatever. Heavy crossbow would be an example one of the descriptor. Extraordinary, rare, legendary, you start tacking in descriptors, right? Grand implements, trident of the tides. You know what I mean? You get, I think, legendary to mythical is usually where you start getting the of those, where like you're handing this object or item dominion. You're showing that this item has a domain of some sort. When you get into Fabled, this usually becomes either a lot more extreme, but finally, in the Fabled and Ascendant tiers is where it flips over. That's where it turns over, and you start getting one-word titles, where it almost goes back to crude, but in an essence of much more power, right? The Godslayer. It's a name that is confident. It's a name that's so confident in itself, it doesn't need to give you its dominion. It doesn't need to tell you what it's about. It is simply the. It is the blank. Tsunami. The World Ender. Thon's World Ender is an actual item. The Traumatizer. Things like that. That's usually how that goes, right? You just get single words. So when you have something like I'm trying to think of an example. Evermore. Evermore is an example. That's a name of a talent, right? And it is so powerful that it doesn't have any descriptors, right? It's not Planar Rift of the Nine Divines. It's Evermore. It's simple, it's fast, it's easy. The end. Yes, exactly. Utopia building that Tumblr post into its items on Maker. And it's just a tool station so you can use deconstructor. Fuck. Wait, that's so funny. Now, this naming convention is not a hard and fast rule, right? Or it's not like a lay of the land. It's not to be treated as Bible. It's just a rough guideline. So usually once you get into those higher power scalings, you usually get like grandiose names with extra adjectives and a bunch of spice. But you don't want to be on the other end of something called the Thronkler. Chat, we finished utility and arcane classes. Those were the big ones. Support classes are going to be tough. I do suspect that support classes are going to be hard. And martial classes, we kind of have to wait on core items. We're running out of shit to do, chat. We are running out of shit to do. A needle called Woe. Oh, God, I love that. Eternity would be an example of one. Sword, big sword of destruction. The enormous blade of eternal strength. Sword. Forager gets it. Forager gets it. Dude, this is actually crazy. We're gonna actually be able to start slapping some creatures together. You know what's really funny is when I build a creature that's literally just Savant Magister and Ooze. Storm Crown is cool. I am excited for this, dude. It's the difference between a sword and the sword. Exactly. That's like basically Excalibur at that point. Wonder what Excalibur would look like in Utopia. What does Excalibur even do? Does it just do a lot of damage? Is that all that Excalibur would do? Oh, good stream, chat. Good stream. So I named all the Reaper sides correctly. I love this. I absolutely love this. Well done, chat. Well done. You guys did really good today. I am excited. I am big excite, chat. Chronically turns people it stabs to stone. Oh, it does? Oh, that's neat as fuck. You could absolutely make Excalibur in Utopia. Can we get a community submission of item names and people pick a handful of them, make going only off the name? That's actually really interesting. I like that. That would be really funny. Timebreaker, Stormbringer, Mind Shatter, Spirit Shatter. That's cool as fuck. Timebreaker scares me. Timebreaker scares me a lot. Anytime someone talks about breaking time, I'm like, please don't. Please don't. Oh, I'm gonna have to write it down. And by that, I mean Rain's gonna have to write it down. But still. Martial classes And support classes. Support classes is going to be interesting. I don't think it's going to take that long to make support classes, but I think it's just going to be something that's going to take a lot of thought. Maker, Jesus Christ. It means Rain will murder you. Generally. Fex light. Can I get a diet Fex? Kill me. Chat, I think it's about time that we go ahead and set up for a raid. Who are we raiding? Wait, are you? Is this? Oh my god, this is actually like Randy. Oh, wild. Okay, well, let's raid Randy. That's wild. I actually watch this person on YouTube every once in a while. I really like their content. They're really cool. It's been a long time since I've seen any of their content, but I like them a lot. I'd like a diet Vexathon with a side of Iker fries. Yes, please give me them Iker fries. Wow. Chat, make sure to copy that raid message, post it in their chat. Let them know who sent you. I really appreciate you guys being here. And tomorrow is going to be Paya's return. A return to Paya's return. I'm very excited. I have a lot of preparation I need to do for tomorrow. I am ready. Thank you guys so much for being here. You guys have been absolutely amazing. I love you guys so much. I will talk to you soon. I'll see you tomorrow for Paya's. And bye.
Water smelter quest complete. Let's go. What do we want for this?